The current enabling cremation and burial practices have negative environmental impact. They emit carbon, they contaminate the air, soil and water. Natural burial, by contrast, has a positive impact. Nutrients are returned to the soil, the trees that are planted sequester carbon over time and enhance biodiversity.
Fourthly, cultural appropriateness. Mai te whenua ki te whenua. We whakapapa and should return to Papa Tuanuku. Natural burial is aligned with tikanga Māori. As Māori, we honour and uphold the mana of Papa Tuanuku. As a natural burial practitioner, I have not been able to complete a natural burial cycle in Rotorua. Unembalmed bodies are placed in a kōpaki and are then cremated. Māori are not able to return to Papa Tuanuku in their purest form. Haparangi Natural Burial Reserve and owners, Tūhaurangi Ngāti Wāhiao as well as Ngāti Tarukinga, both support natural burial sites.
From a civic equity point of view, the hallowed grounds of cemeteries are really important for community connectedness and well-being. In Rotorua, citizens have been seeking a natural burial site for at least 14 years, and to date, Rotorua citizens haven't been offered that opportunity, despite it being available in 19 other local authorities. We consider this to be inequitable and potentially a breach of the Bill of Rights and the Treaty of Waitangi. There's growing interest and concern in our community for natural burial sites, and we are currently circulating a petition. There's information in your leaflet, which we would like to table to one of your committees in due course.
Affordability. The high cost of living and funerals causes debt. Cremation is our whānau's cheapest option. Natural burial is the most cost-effective way of burying our loved ones. The time is right. Council, we need your support. In 100 years' time, your supportive decision today will be remembered as a milestone for future generations. Mauri ora kia tātou katoa.
Tero, tero, ki taku tāu, kei ara, kei ronga kei raro kei roto i taku moia. Mauri ora kia koutou.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou mō tō tāpaitanga me tō kōrero i tēnei rā. Thank you very much for your submission and also for coming to us and presenting in person. Thank you. I'd now like to call on our next submitter, Linda Walsh.
Kia ora. Morena me Tapsil, Morena councillors, thank you for the service that you do for our community. My name is Linda Walsh and I am a resident of Rotorua along with my husband John Walsh. We have been business owners in Rotorua for over 30 years and I have been a high school teacher here for 43 years. I am speaking today on the proposed Airbnb rates increase. I have felt the need to speak to my submission in order to stress what I consider to be the implications of the proposed action. We, like many others speaking on their submissions, were shocked when the news broke of the proposed increase in rates from residential to commercial. I would like to add to this that John and I, should this go ahead as stated, will be pulling the plug on our Airbnb. Your proposal in its current form just makes it too unprofitable. We will just be one of the approximately 30 to 40% who will pull the plug. How is your funding going to work out then, particularly if you add the cost of administration? Our Airbnb is an apartment, city centre. We have only been active for 5 months, as we spent a year decorating and preparing it to a high standard before marketing. We only accommodate up to 4 people. However, I am adamant that I will have my voice heard due to the following. Due to rash, hurried decisions made by our previous mayor and council, Rotorua's image is the main industry of our city, and that's tourism, has suffered. We know this. We are hanging on by a thread. People have choices. They don't need to come to Rotorua. Housing the homeless in our motels was a decision made without considering the long-term ramifications. It is still playing out today in Misery Mile and tourists being accosted by beggars. Tourism is a fragile industry. Tourists' wants are changing. The old model of concrete block motels for accommodation is outdated. Today's tourists want Instagram-worthy places to stay, something different, something worthy of the output of dollars spent. Rotorua needs a smorgasbord of accommodation options. Rotorua is special. Our people are special. We are, as my husband once described it, the Māori capital of the world. We have manaakitanga. The word is not completely accurate when it is translated as hospitality. It means more. We know the city, we know our people, we know where the best spots are, we talk to our guests. Airbnb fits that model perfectly. We've had friends staying in the city who were very disappointed in their accommodation. It may have been good in the 1960s, but not in today's market. After doing research online for short-term lets, I found that the Scottish Government has introduced a licensing regime for short-term lets in Scotland. It requires all local councils to establish a short-term let licensing scheme. On further investigation, it appeared to be a much fairer system than what you are proposing. It works on the basis of a yearly licence based on the number of people the accommodation caters for. For example, if you have 1 to 3 occupancies, it is $1,360 per year, and it goes up. Between 4 to 5 people, $2,300 per year. It increases with the number of people staying. It does raise funds for council in a much fairer way than the one proposed and may be adapted. Edinburgh had an exceptionally high concentration of short-term lets, and their council were given the power to designate a control area. And that happened on the 5th of September 2022. Airbnb carried out an analysis 6 months on from this new regime and found the following. Hotel prices increased. The increase was blamed on short-term lets coming off the market, meaning there was more pressure on accommodation. During large events, a shortage of suitable accommodation meant prices surged by 84%, meaning people were choosing not to attend the events. The crackdown on short-term lets was thought to increase the availability and affordability of properties for long-term residential letting. This didn't happen. Long-term rents continued to increase. Tourists began to look to other cities due to the lack of options and costs. Airbnb operators in Edinburgh said the regulations were poorly thought out and upfront costs, which small-time owners have paid out with no guarantee of income, has caused huge amounts of stress and people pulling their Airbnb properties out of the market. We urge you to reconsider and take the time to investigate further. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much for your submission, Linda. I'd now like to invite Deborah Haley to make her submission. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Haley. I oppose the Council's proposed commercial rating structure for short-term rentals. Since retiring last year, I've been providing visitor accommodation in a woolshed loft on a lifestyle block where I have pleasure horses. The block's also got rural, the loft's got rural and lake views. This was renovated for personal use whilst main residence was built on site and now used for family visits and short-term accommodation, STA. It is not suitable for long-term rental and would not comply with Healthy Homes requirements. I dispute the notion that STA only benefit property owners. Our efforts contribute to local businesses and tourism. STA contributes to Rotorua's appeal as a safe, welcoming destination amidst concerns over antisocial behaviour in areas used for emergency housing. STA results in guests continuing to recommend Rotorua to friends and family. Guest feedback underscores our commitment to quality service, which reflects positively on Rotorua as a destination. Feedback from a Cambridge couple here for the Rotorua Marathon: if only we could find accommodation like this wherever we go. Australian couple: love seeing the horses and farm animals, we can't wait to be back. New Zealand solo traveller: lovely facilities, location and views, plan to stay again. Recently, following checkout of a non-English speaking guests, I received an urgent plea. They were stranded at Waitapu. I drove to Waitapu, took them to eyesight to retrieve luggage and to airport, ensuring their safe return home. Despite the investment, we have yet to see a profit, but our efforts still indirectly benefit the district through guest patronage of local businesses. Any future profit derived will also benefit the district. The proposed rate increases, up to 300% in some cases, disproportionately affects property owners without adequately considering the nature of their accommodations. Council's proposed blanket approach fails to distinguish between primary residences with minor STA and dedicated commercial properties, leading to unjustified rate hikes and financial strain on property owners. It is neither fair nor equitable that a blanket approach was used. The assertion that STAs burden local infrastructure overlooks the transient nature of guest stays, which typically involve minimal use of public services. Majority of STAs are situated within the locales of a private residence and are unlikely they would be available for either sale or rent. Retrospectively, applying commercial rates from July 24 is concerning. Many providers feel absolutely blindsided by such drastic increases, especially as there seems to have been little to no consultancy or transparency regarding the need for and impact of the increase. New Zealand, and by extension Rotorua, currently ranks as one of the slowest growing economies in the world. Unemployment is rising and inflation galloping away. Tourism is a vital industry, and Rotorua does not have sufficient bed numbers to accommodate tourists as it is. Should Council implement the rating changes as suggested, many STAs will close, thus removing tourist accommodation. Tourists will only come for day trips and will not be spending in the local economy. STA providers will not have extra income, further removing investment in the economy. Surely Council would wish to encourage investment in Rotorua, not dissuade it. The approach of short-term gain without considering the long-term pain should never be contemplated. I also question why Council has decided to depart from the previous criterion of 100 nights occupied and proposes to adopt a new criterion based on advertised duration rather than actual occupancy. Council's proposed rate changes for STA requires careful reconsideration. Rotorua has a tarnished reputation as it is, but by engaging in depth with affected stakeholders and implementing fair and sustainable policies, Council can foster a vibrant tourism sector while supporting the interests of Rotorua, of property owners and the community at large. Suggestions: delay implementation. It behoves Council to delay implementing any changes until, say, 1st July 2026, 25 at least, allowing for thorough consultation and impact assessment with persons likely to be affected. Investigate other methods of levying tourists' use of infrastructure. I would support the implementation of a visitor levy per night per bedroom, which would seem a much fairer approach and one that is tied to actual occupancy. Targeted valuation. calculate rates based on the value of the STA unit only, not the whole property, to prevent undue financial burden and unfair outcomes on property owners. Explore alternative funding sources for facility upgrades or reallocate funds from other areas of the budget before resorting to such a substantial rate increase. Thank you for hearing my submission and considering these perspectives.
Thank you very much, Deborah, and we appreciate the constructive solutions you've provided us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Michael Gowan.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity of submitting a written submission and following it up with a verbal submission. My submission relates specifically to the East Rotorua sewerage scheme. My name is Michael Gowan. I'm also a committee member of the Lake Rotorua Community Association, and I own a property at 35 Rotorua Drive, Gisborne Point, Lake Rotorua, and have been coming to the lake for over 70 years. There are 5 points that I wanted to make regarding the scheme, but I should say as an overall comment, this matter is causing considerable stress and anxiety within our very small community, much of whom are middle and low income segment, and for them this the prospect of the original estimate of 14,000 to 16,000 ballooning out to 45,000 as detailed in the draft long-term plan is causing enormous stress. The 5 points I wish to make are as follows. In terms of the original 2014 estimate of 14,000 to 16,000 per sewerage unit installation, it was presumed by us all that that was GST inclusive. In business-to-business dealings, it's normal for prices to be quoted on a GST exclusive basis. But when dealing with consumers, business to consumer or business entity to consumer, it is normal for all prices to be quoted on a GST inclusive basis unless otherwise stated. And at no point did we receive any information stating that the estimates for our unit, which was the basis for which we gave our approval, we thought it would be 14,000 to 16,000, not 16,100 to 18,400. The second point I wish to make is at the time, in the time since the commencement of the installations, which is 2015 or thereabouts, we've received little or no direct communication from the Council on progress re actual costs versus original estimate. We have, however, been advised that every effort was being made to keep actual costs as close as possible to the original estimates, and in this regard I believe that a budget was provided by the Council at a January 2019 public meeting confirming a cost of 14,100 consistent with the 2014 estimate. Point number 3, quite obviously the enormous cost overrun versus original estimate had nothing whatsoever to do with the sewerage unit owners. As far as I can see, several reasons have been given by Council for the cost overruns: adverse weather conditions, inflation, the effects of consent conditions and agreements on land leases, etc. However, it seems to many of us that all of these issues could have been foreseen and appropriately taken into account in the original budget. The point being that had we known that the realistic cost would be 45,000 per unit, not 15,000, it is highly unlikely that anybody would have given their consent to proceed. This issue is further exacerbated by evidence brought to my attention that nitrogen levels in the lake caused by septic tank runoff are apparently quite minor, around 6%, I'm told, compared with the overwhelming pollutant, which is water flowing in from Lake Rotorua via the Ohau Channel, greatly ameliorated by the Ohau Channel wall, in spite of its maintenance issues, which are now required, apparently. A fourth point is it's obviously totally unacceptable for the sewerage unit owners to be asked to fund the cost overrun caused, in my view and in the view of many others, to a considerable degree by project mismanagement. The stated council vision in the long-term plan is a better Rotorua for all. Quite obviously, all ratepayers and visitors to the region benefit from better lake water quality, not just the 770 sewerage unit owners. I'm told that NIWA research in 2020-2021 established that Lake Rotorua is the most fished lake in the country with 33,000 angler days per annum. Given the above, once again, it is completely unacceptable that our small community of 770 ratepayers are contributing between 10 million and 30 million, or 15,000 to 45,000 each, while the rest of the community, 27,000 ratepayers, are contributing just 1.16 million to 2.7 million, or $49 to $100 each. It must be remembered that all Rotorua, Bay of Plenty ratepayers and visitors benefit from improved water quality in all the Rotorua lakes. My final point is that the cost overruns by the council for this project, in my view, should be recovered by increasing rates to the whole community through increasing the Lakes Enhancement Fund or by other targeted rates. Although the East Rotoiti-Rotomar community of 770 ratepayers would still be contributing the majority of the ratepayer funding, which is obviously fair, this option would serve to improve the balance between council, ratepayer contribution and ourselves. It also reflects...
Apologies, we have to be fair on the time to all, but I do note that we do have your written submission as well, so we thank you for taking the time to come in and speak as well.
Thank you very much.
Apologies, thank you.
Okay, bye.
I'd now like to invite Joanne Rees to make her submission.
Thank you for hearing me today. I'm Joanne Rees and I would like to object to the Council's proposed regional charges for the Rotorua-Roteti sewerage scheme. Residents have encountered bullying and price tactics. We were told at a community meeting in 2017 that if we didn't allow the tank to be installed on our properties, they would be deemed uninhabitable and we would have to leave our homes. How would you feel if that happened to you? We didn't have a choice. We were told the cost would be $12,100. Stovos said it would be capped at $14,100. Should it increase, then the community would be consulted. We were never consulted. Yet we're now advised of the horrendous cost of $45,000 or $88,000. Council's budgeting, forecasting and project financial management was unbelievable and well below commercial standards. Financial management of the project was wasteful. Stavros' excuses are totally unbelievable. Have you ever agreed to buying something without knowing the price? No, I'm sure you haven't, and worse when you won't agree with a system, and was proved that our lake quality was unbelievably good. The council hired contractors with no expertise. Whose fault was this? Not ours. But now we're expected to pay for this incompetence. I spoke to a crewman who said, I started as a labourer and in a few weeks I became the foreman because everyone was leaving. He had no expertise and didn't really know what he was doing. Hence, there are so many horror stories of tanks in wrong locations, installed incorrectly, sewage smells, pulled out and installed several times. My neighbour earthquake zone with a sewage plant on substandard location. Our previous tanks were guaranteed for 50 years and required no electricity to operate. Lake Rotorua exceeded water quality regional council targets and also has a low housing level. It's been emotional for so many people and sad to see, especially seeing there's so many elderly. Many of us on leased land, so it will be an $88,000 proposed council additional rating cost over 25 years. And remember, this is for a tank that may only last 15. As part of our lease, we have to pay council rates, or we are in breach of our contract. So many are feeling trapped. It is a low social economic area with many, in a lot of it, and many pensioners who are under financial stress and now are scared and at risk of losing everything. How would you feel if this was your aged family? Council created this disaster and now have to find an equitable solution for funding. I ask this council to please concentrate and look at infrastructure first, not monuments, and they need to find a way through this because there are a lot of people out there that are stressed and upset, and it's sad to see. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Joanne. I'd now like to invite Ivy Bates to make her submission. Thank you.
Kia ora everyone, ko Anna Ivy Takarangoa, no Rotorua aho. I'm here in support of the new skate park funds. I was raised in Rotorua, but I don't live here because there's no decent skate parks for the level that I've achieved or that I want to progress to. I started skating when I was 8 years old, and not long after that I took an elective at Rotorua Intermediate, and the teacher would take us down to Sheaf Skate Park to roll around. But it was still pretty rough back then, and I stopped skating through my teens. After leaving Rotorua to study in Dunedin, I became quite economical, roller skating to my lectures, work and interests. And then I joined roller derby, and from there I moved to Melbourne to progress in the sport. I spent 6 years in Melbourne, moving through the ranks in the team, the Victorian Roller Derby League, to become one of their main jammers. My final year there, we took out the championship in the women's flat track roller derby, the Hydra Trophy. It was the first time in the USA that it was the first time that it ever left the USA. This is that medal that we all received. I've also represented New Zealand in Aotearoa New Zealand roller derby team twice, coming up the third time, and currently training with the team to go to the World Cup in Austria next year. I moved to Whakatane to start my business as a roller skating coach, and I've called it Let's Roll Coaching, as I knew that Whakatane was a welcoming roller skating pro place that had venues that were not too expensive, and there was also an active roller derby team I wanted to join to make great. Now I'm back in the Bay of Plenty and teaching roller skating to people of all ages, mostly to our tamariki and rangatahi. I take a lot of classes at skate parks, which helps students to progress their balance, speed, agility. They learn a lot about resilience in life at the skate park, such as learning to stop, waiting their turn, merging well, taking risks to extend their skills. I've also been teaching roller skating at skate parks throughout the Bay of Plenty for 5 years, mostly Whakatane or Portiki, Tauranga and the Mount, as they've got like good, safe skate parks. Through my teachings, students have been able to move smoothly from being beginner skaters through to advanced skaters. By teaching people the tips I've learnt over my lifetime, I hope to minimise the time and painful falls it takes to get to the stage of enjoying skating as a fun way to express themselves and move around and use for transport or sports. When I came back to New Zealand, I also started park skating and became the vertical half-pipe roller skate champion, which has now been 2 years in a row. But sadly, I have no aspirations to live here in Rotorua where my family are, as I know the skate parks here are below the level I need to progress. Through funding Sport Bay of Plenty, I do continue to teach roller skating indoors and outdoors in Tauranga, Whakatane, Opotiki, and Rotorua. In the Rotorua schools, Rotorua, the venues we mostly provided by the school, where I'm teaching there, but there's nowhere in Rotorua I can take the students after they want to progress after school, as the skate parks aren't suitable, they're not very safe. Since COVID though, roller skating has become very popular and I feel inspired to be part of getting young people active, especially through roller skating. Through teaching at Rotorua Lakes High School, John Paul College, Rotorua Girls High School, the feedback we get from students is that they enjoy skating because they can have fun while socialising with friends, while learning a new skill in a non-competitive form. And not all students want to play team sports. Skating also has an element of balance which is required, so you have to put down your phone to be able to fully keep balance. Sadly, Rotorua youth are missing out on skate events, such as Wheels, Thrills and Spills Day, which was an event I ran over summer with Let's Roll coaching team, going around Bay of Plenty skate parks, giving out free helmets and providing free skateboarding and roller skating lessons. I see some of the pictures there that are showing that. I would like to see a new skate park build in Rotorua with progressive features and smooth transitions between, so as to inspire people to get active and skate. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivy, for coming along, and congratulations on all of your success. I'd now like to invite John and Pam Glennie, and we are just distributing your attachment as well. John and Pam. Welcome, John.
Thank you for this opportunity to appear in support of my written submission number 122 on the long-term plan over the debacle with the Rotorua sewage scheme costs. Sorry to bring this up again, but I think it will be a recurring theme for the long-term plan because it is a very serious issue. The Glennie family have been occupiers of a family cottage in Haupari Bay for nearly 100 years. 5 generations of family and friends have enjoyed the lake from this bay. It's fantastic. The sewage scheme has wobbled on now for about 20 years, and I can well remember those meetings when Professor David Hamilton addressed us, saying that unless something radical was done immediately about fixing the lakes, we would be facing a catastrophe. The actions taken have avoided that catastrophe, thank goodness. But as ever, progress has come at a cost for all. An extraordinarily bad resource consent application for the processing plant at Rotorua resulted in the scheme being halted and restarted with far better consultation between the stakeholders. Consultation, while good at first, has deteriorated over time to the point where, to my mind, the residents have been blindsided from the cost angle. The way the final cost was just slipped into the long-term plan documents does not demonstrate good Carrero. So where can we now go to resolve this impasse? The residents have clearly stated at public meetings they will just not be able to pay the council figure that is owed, and a large portion of the residents in the area involved simply cannot pay. Our own rates will go up 83%, and I cannot imagine what stress the impost would put on retirees living on minimal incomes in the roadside properties of the lakes. They cannot afford the impost, nor will they pay it. Some would have to walk off their properties because the properties would become unsaleable. And that would that result ever fit with our Rotorua slogan, a better Rotorua for all? I think not. As a chartered accountant, I am devastated the scheme costs have been allowed to be mismanaged in this way. Sure, we've had cost push inflation, COVID delays, weather issues, but to me as a businessman, I cannot believe any proper contract provisions could allow the scheme to blow out as it has without some radical measures being taken to put a rein in the costs. As the contract progressed and as costs were seen by council to be spiralling, was anything done to rethink what was going on? Examine where things were going wrong and do something about it? It just seems not. So where do we go now? The money's been spent, the residents cannot pay the imposts. Council just has to rethink, in my opinion. Even if central government comes up with the extra 10 million that we're chasing, we're still a long way over an acceptable cost. Surely the track to explore for council is to rejig how the Eastern Rotorua scheme costs are spread. I can only see a solution which accepts that everybody in the Rotorua district will benefit from the sewage upgrades in the form of cleaner water in the eastern lakes. That benefit justifies a broader spread of costs. Furthermore, I understand the scheme is the only one where the local residents have been asked to pay for the processing plant. I may be wrong there, but I think that is the situation. Surely that cost now either needs to be spread council-wide or capitalised and added to the balance sheet. So just briefly, here is what I now think needs to happen. Firstly, continue to pursue rigorously the $10 million from council. Secondly, capitalise the installation costs wherever you can. Thirdly, accept that all the Rotorua area residences derive tangible benefits from water quality in the lakes and amortise a good portion of the cost to the lakes enhancement part of our annual rating bill, spreading the impost more widely. Fourthly, look to see if there's any chance that we can use the excess capacity in that fantastic Rotorua sewage plant for other parts of the lake, whether we could use it for the Tarawera system or other expansion, I don't know, but it's a fantastic plant. So those are my thoughts on how we can get out of this mess. Please examine these options plus others which will be proposed in this present forum, as a solution just has to be found. The present proposal is unacceptable. You cannot force blood out of a stone, and a goodly number of the lakeside rate players will never be able to cover these costs. The per site chargeable cost has got to be kept down to around $20,000 in my opinion, and even that number is 100% above where we started. I cannot urge council strongly enough to treat this matter as the most serious issue arising from the present long-term plan deliberations. What you guys decide now will affect every resident around the Eastern Lakes for years to come. For such a cost blowout to be advised at the last minute after nearly all the work has been completed reflects very badly on council, its staff and the contract management. That is not what we expect out of our council, and it surely reflects badly on our slogan, a better Rotorua for all. Can we please just get on and rethink this whole thing? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, John.
tanks from you, the council, it was pressured to put it in from yous and from the trust. We were pressured from the trust to sign or they'll revoke our lease, which is our home. So we all agreed upon it. I was one of the last houses to agree upon it at a cost of $14,200. When the price was agreed upon, the $14,200, we weren't allowed to come pay the $14,200 after the job was done. I tried several times to pay a council downstairs and declined because I did not want to pay the $28,000 with interest because I can't afford it. It's pretty simple. You say inflation and interest, but I can't understand why you wouldn't receive payment. So we wouldn't have this interest bill and inflation bills. And it's pretty hard to, we all agreed on the $14,200 and accepted it, and accepted that we may have to pay that amount. I'm just a lease payer. At the end of the day, I'm not actually the owner of my section. The trust owns it, and they own most houses out there. And you're pushing on me like I own it. At the end of the day, I have to walk away and leave it for you and the next people. I can't take it with me, even though I paid for it. And at $88,000, I will be taking it with me if I leave. I will rip it out. It's pretty simple. So I want to know why you are not chasing the leases for this money. Why aren't you chasing number one trust? Or part payment or some payment or help in some way, since they own the land and we just pay the lease. And I pay several leases. I have several properties because I have a lot of kids. So at $88,000 a house will bankrupt me because I cannot afford it. And it's pretty hard out there at the moment with the sewage scheme and the flooding on the lake, the roads shaking, the houses are shaking. I can't even sell my house for 250 grand. It's valued at 450 grand. I can't even get out of there. I can't even buy a house in Rotorua or Kawerau or anywhere because it's just not affordable anymore. It took me 25 years to get a house for my family. Put everything into it, all key savers, all our savings, heritages, and then we have to walk away, which will be very soon for the way things are going. I really want to know why it's got to this point with your budget blowed out. Me as a manager of farms, and I've managed a lot of projects around Bay of Plenty and farming, I couldn't do that to my boss and blow out by nearly 50% on a budget. I'll get the sack on the spot. I couldn't do it. How come you can do it to everybody? You work for us at the end of the day, not the other way around. I elected you. I helped on your campaign to get you sitting there to sort this stuff out. And not just that, it's the homelessness, the ugliness in this town. It's just ugly. Like I said, I've got 6 kids. You know how hard it is to keep them away from the crack and the gangs and everything? It's fucking difficult. And you guys aren't making it easier. And the way I'm going, with all these price increases, I'll be living in your motel in town as well, with my family, because there's a lot of them. There's not much I can do about it. Economy, you guys, what am I supposed to do? My only option is pack up and either go to Australia or to Invercargill. It's the only place I can afford. What are you going to do to help? How come your budget's blown out so much by 20 million? It's astronomical. 20 million. Even with inflation. Come on, do the maths, it doesn't add up. Where's it all gone? Bad management? Bad project management? Everybody answers to somebody. You knew about it. You can't blow out 20 million and not know about it. What are you going to do about it? You just need to tell everybody. Because everyone's in the same boat. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We appreciate you taking the time to share your story with us. I'd now like to invite Rob Insole to make his presentation. We do not have a written submission, but Rob will be providing his verbal submission to us today. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and councillors, thanks very much for hearing us at a last minute notice. We've only just learned about the fact that our rates are proposed to be increased by 160%. Our property, which we purchased 22 years ago, for the benefit of our three sons and us, comprises of a 90 square metre 50-year-old batch. It's now 75 years old. We have maintained this batch at around a cost of $20,000 a year, and I've got certified evidence of that through my books. The property has not been enlarged, but just simply maintained, and we absolutely love it. But because of the high rates and the expenses of, you've heard all this before, we did have to consider renting it out to offset the costs because we just couldn't afford to have two properties, right? And so, according to my records, the average nights rented over the last 12 years for us are 81. The certified total family nights, on average, are 34 nights per year. The certified average maintenance nights are 13 nights per year. That's a total of 128 nights in the year. So that means that the property is being occupied by 35% and it's vacant for 65%. So I can't see how the council can consider increasing our already high rates of $4,500 to over or just under $10,000 per annum on the basis of this occupancy. We fully paid up for our sewerage 20 years ago when it occurred, and so it's put us in an invidious financial position. My son recently loves the area so much that he said, "Dad, I want to buy the place," and he couldn't afford to pay for all of it, so he's raised a considerable mortgage. The place is valued at about $1 million now. The little dwelling on it is only worth about $250,000, but he's got now an enormous mortgage to support this, and I think he's being put in a very invidious position with his family as well. On top of this, we had a fire station built on the swamp next door to our property. We tried to object to this, and Fenella Plain said, "Why on earth would you want to build a building on a swamp?" However, they did, and they punched 625 posts into the ground, and every time that post was punched, our little batch went like that. And of course, now it's affected the water retention in the batch, and the water level under the batch has now gone up. So we're facing with the view of having to raise the batch at cost. So look, this is my submission. It's just the sums. We only occupy the place for about 35 nights a year. We have to have a few people in to pay for the costs. It's always run at a cost, but we absolutely adore the area. And so that is my case. Thank you. Would you like me to issue a copy of my bullet points for consideration?
Yes, please.
I'll get them copied off.
Wait, if you'd like to hand it over to us, we can get it copied and distributed to us all.
Oh, excellent. Have you found that information helpful, councillors? Good, thanks very much. Great, that's good.
Thank you very much, Rob, for your submission, and we'll get that circulated to all of the elected members. Thank you. We're now going to go to hearing number 127. This is actually the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group. We welcome them to make their submission now. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Tuatahi me mihi ka tika ki a koe te worship nei, tō tātou nei mea Tapsell, koutou rā o te kaunihira, Matua Trevor, koutou Whai Wong, koutou katoa o te kaunihira o Rotorua, nei tā mātou nei mihi hoki atu ki a koe Councillor Brown. I runga anō i te kaupapa ka noho koe o korua ko Phil Thomas, o te Community Board ki runga i tō mātou nei rōpū matua mō te Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group. Ko Francis Taina Kori Curtis tōku ingoa, ko au ko te Project Manager mō tēnei rōpū matua, I runga anō i te settlement me ki mō Ngāti Rangitahi. Nā reira, huri rauna i te rūma nei, te whare nei, tēnā tātou. So just really quickly, thank you very much for giving me your time this morning. In actual fact, I was supposed to be down as the chair for Ngāti Rongo Mai Iwi Trust, but I've opted out of that to come in for an even more exceptional kaupapa, and that's for the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group. And as you can see in the submission that I thought I'd better photocopy it this morning in case you have a different copy in front of you. This is a submission that both myself and our chair of the acronym is TASK, of the task, Leith Coma, that we put forward to Rotorua Lakes Council. So just a really brief background on our Restoration Strategy Group, which sits under the mandate of the Ngāti Rangitahi Settlement Act 2022. We have 4 iwi who are under the iwi collective that have supported this submission. So the iwi that are part of this group is Ngāti Mākino, because they have wide interests down in Matata, where the Black Lagoon is. If any of you have been across that way through Te Whakatane, you'll probably see it, and it's highly polluted. We also have Ngāti Awa sitting at the table who have mana whenua interests along Tarawera Awa, alongside Ngāti Rangitahi and Tū Wharetua ki Kawero, who has huge interest, especially where the Kawero mill is, that is currently owned by OG. And so we are here today just to speak on that and talk, I guess, because it would be unfair for me to ask Councillor Brown to have to do that with the multiple projects that you are all on, and I absolutely understand how busy your lives are, so it made sense for me to come this morning. And I do put our apologies in for Leith, who's unable to be present today. He had a nice little flight over to Italy with our Ngāti Whakaui contingent as part of the 28th Māori Battalion. And I think, if I can recall, he was reading the Ode in Māori, so he was highly stressed and trying to get himself organised. Anyway, so I guess what we're trying to do on our end is, as you can see in the submission, we were given a one-off grant from the Crown of $788,000 to, 1, for the inception of the strategy group, 2, to be able to deliver on a full strategic document to be able to restore the Māori to Tarawera Awa ki te awa te atua. And so that one-off grant we have utilised in a way that it has helped to bring in an external group with a technical planner, a strategic document writer who is independent to Regional Council. We have a partnership with Regional Council under the strategy group, and so Ngāti Rangitahi has strategically developed an independent group to help pull the document together, develop actions from the document, and then an implementation plan on the restoration work, as well as potentially rechanneling the awa back to Matata. So what does that mean? That potentially may look like it will rejoin with the Rangitaiki awa and push itself down through to Matata, to where the current contaminated lagoon is, and out to Mihi Marino, which is not far from the campgrounds, if you've seen that before. So that's what that looks like. So that we have been at this since December 2022. We're intending on completing the strategic document by end of 2025, and we have an independent secretariat resource that accompanies our team. And so what we're asking is, if you can see, there is a singular page which looks like that. It's double-sided, and it's, I guess, really around asking for some financial support to complete the strategic document before it goes into implementation. And I just wanted to let everybody know that we have been in front of Kawerau District Council, Whakatane District Council and Regional Council, so that we're aware that we've actually put this in front of now our 4 councils. Why? Because we understand the the depth of the weight on our ratepayers who are already finding it really difficult to be able to pay, and maybe there might be some contribution that comes from that space. But what we're saying is that we've reached out to the other 3 councils, and we are hoping that you may be able to give some form of support to enable the restoration and rechanneling work to occur. So there's that. And just finally...
Sorry, Francis, we have to be very strict on our 5 minutes,
sure.
so it's fair for everyone. However,
Sure.
we do have the information, and
Excellent.
we thank you very much for taking the time to present to us.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Kyle, sorry, we only have the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Ngā
you.
mihi nui ki a koe.
All right. Kia ora.
I'd like to invite David and Kerry Foster to make their submission.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission, number 126. I'm David Foster. This is my wife, Kerry. We have successfully operated 2 standalone Airbnb properties in Rotorua since 2017. We love to host families and groups of friends travelling together who want to stay in a home away from home. We got involved through Airbnb because we believe in what Rotorua has to offer. We want to create an unforgettable guest experience by sharing this unique environment. Rotorua has a proud history of welcoming tourists dating back to at least the 1870s. And we cannot welcome tourists alone. It requires partnership between tourism operators, local businesses, and accommodation providers. Council has a vital role to play in creating and maintaining the playing field on which these combined activities are mapped out. As a community of hosts, we estimate that short-term rentals provide over 3,000 beds each night. Your 800 times 4 beds. We know that our guests spent over 250 million last year alone. Our guests post thousands of feel-good pictures of their experiences in Rotorua online. And we estimate that our combined activities generate nearly 2,000 jobs. We are registered for GST, we pay our taxes, we employ local staff, we support local trades, and we have paid commercial rates on both properties since 2019. We're not opposed to paying our fair share of the costs to promote Rotorua tourism. We're not opposed to contributing to the creation of an environment that improves guest experiences. We are strongly opposed to poorly developed and poorly executed policy. We believe the Council has failed to meet its obligations under the Local Government Act. The current proposal has failed to adequately describe and explore alternatives. The consultation period was too short and ineptly managed. There's been inadequate time for those most affected by the proposal to bring alternatives forward and have these considered. The key drivers of our objections: Council already has a short-term rental rating policy, 100 nights occupied. This policy is, however, not enforced in any systematic way. The sad fact of the matter is that Council simply does not know how many people are offering accommodation, whether they're hosting in-home, on-site, or at a standalone property, or what percentage of hosts already are, let alone should be, paying commercial rates. The proposed rating change will likely raise wildly in excess of the stated revenue goal, and I've detailed that in my submission. The changes will also likely result in shrinkage in the market and further damage to Rotorua's reputation. Most properties that close down will not become long-term housing. And capital value rating will result in some hosts facing rate increases that cost more than they earn from their properties. So, councillors, please, seek to develop a register of short-term rental properties. This will better define the size and scale of the sector and serve as a baseline for monitoring and enforcement. Of course, this is best achieved by working in partnership with us. Adopt a reset strategy at this time. Delay any changes until 25-26 at the earliest. But please use the coming year to establish a working group that includes short-term rental hosts. Our proposed remit for this group would be to publish a scope of work and an accountability timetable, quantify the true size and scale of short-term rentals in Rotorua, define which configurations of short-term rental will be targeted for financial contributions, identify and publish those thresholds being targeted for financial contributions, and then propose how enforcement of the policy will actually be achieved. At least consider offering short-term rental hosts a seat on the advisory board of Rotorua NZ, alongside hotels and motels, so that we can work together to build the visitor economy. By adopting these suggestions, Council would demonstrate respect for a significant group of people who make a massive contribution to Rotorua's economy and reputation. You'd begin to rebuild the trust that has been lost. You'd lay a foundation for future collaboration with our community of hosts, and you would demonstrate that the well-being of accommodation hosts is being considered. We are more than willing to contribute to the economic prosperity of our city. We are committed to partnering with Council and the community it serves to rebuild our visitor economy in a way that is equitable, inclusive and sustainable. Kia ora mai ana tātou.
Thank you very much, David, and also Kerry, and we appreciate the solutions that you've given us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite Marilyn Wilkie.
Morena koutou. We're here about the East Rotorua sewerage scheme. I am Ngāti Te Rāwhai and owner of a small batch on State Highway 30 just past Ruatoa Bay. It's part of a larger ancestral block where my mother grew up with her grandmother in the 1920s beside a clean and clear rotoiti. From the outset, concerns were raised about the sewerage scheme's design, viability and benefits, and that it was too complicated and too costly. We've been consistently advised by Council to expect our contribution to be $14,000 per property, and as you know, the draft LTP is now suggesting that be tripled to $45,000, and if owners can't pay up front, $88,000. Council cannot say that's just the way it is. The cost proposed is beyond the means of most of the 700 property owners affected. A lot are beneficiaries and pensioners. Only a fraction of contributions will be collected because many owners simply won't be able to pay. Council wouldn't ask every owner in Rotorua to pay $45,000 towards the costs of a new city sewerage scheme. You shouldn't ask us just because we're fewer in number and further out of sight. For many, the draft LTP spells despair and ruin. So what can you do for us? First, the Council now owns a new 100-year asset and should recover the cost over 100 years. The scheme will serve more properties in future, so we 700 don't need to pay for all of it now. Council should allow for contributions from the expected number of new homes rather than offering them a free ride or Council pocketing a windfall gain. The design and implementation of the scheme has been poor, important feedback has been ignored, and the scale of the problem is now apparent to all. Council must accept responsibility for the situation it finds itself in. So secondly, it should secure a $30 million loan and pay it back via the Lakes Enhancement Scheme at $93.99 a year, rather than the $10 million loan in $31.33 rate proposed. Third, capital or operational costs recovered should be on an equitable basis, not by levying all properties the same amount regardless of size, use or value. Our water use in any 3-month period is less than 1 cubic metre. Our effluent is less than this, would rarely fill our septic tank and won't sustain biolytics. Council should follow Watercare in Auckland, which charges for sewage based on 75% of water volume supplied. And fourth, if these things can't be done, Council must allow existing houses on the thin ribbon along State Highway 30 with good lateral or vertical separation from the lake to continue to use their existing septic tanks, subject to regular pumping out. We haven't signed up to have biolytics installed. We don't want to incur costs we might not be able to pay or lose our tūranga waiwai if we can't pay. From your website, the draft LTP means for us a rates increase from last year's $2,800 to $6,500 this year for a system we don't need, don't have, and won't work properly for us. After retiring, I went back to work for 2 years to save $14,000 for the scheme. I'll be 70 next birthday. We can't afford $45,000 up front, so would have to pay $88,000 with the last payment due when I'm 95. Am I supposed to go back to work again? For 30 years, we owners have been under considerable stress as schemes have come and gone and decisions made contrary to our interests. We're now at our wits' end. Please make these changes to the LTP to spare your effective residents and ratepayers extreme financial hardship or being forced to sell or lose their homes. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Marilyn. We're not taking any questions, but we do appreciate your heartfelt submission today. Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Oh, thank you.
I'd now like to invite our team from Te Puia to make their submission. Welcome, Tim.
Kia ora tātou, nā mai haere mai. Nice to be here. First and foremost, I'd just like to thank everyone for the opportunity to submit and for accepting our submission and receiving it, but also just right up front, I want to be clear, I am the chairman of Rotorua Economic Development, so I want to acknowledge that conflict, and I do acknowledge it in my submission, and just state that this submission is for and on behalf of Te Puia and the things that Te Puia think are critical to the long-term plan, and I think they're pretty well outlined in our submission. So just a few key points. As a significant tourism business within our community, we obviously went through the COVID years and experienced, unbelievable changes and unbelievable hardship through that period as we tried to keep the business afloat and tried to sustain ourselves into the future. The good news is that the tourism industry has turned around, and we see, the positives coming from that. Our business has certainly recovered significantly, but on quite significant changes to visitor volumes. And we think that's the way of the future, that we're going to see less people coming through our community, but the ones that do come through are probably likely to be higher value customers altogether. We've got a long history. We date back to 1963 in our current form. We have an Act of Parliament that we operate under. In July 2020, the business transitioned from Crown entity to iwi ownership, so we're now owned by 3 iwi entities, and we have to sustain those iwi desires and make sure that we produce the satisfactory returns that the iwi have desires for. So we're a business like any other, and we have to produce it. Having said we're a business like any other, we have a big training component within our operation, and that costs us a significant amount to operate every year, about $6 million, and certainly the future is going to be in partnership with government as we look to develop that further. So in general terms, our submission is probably in around a bit of vision. We didn't feel that the LTP presented enough stretch, and we felt that it needed some additional sort of placemaking type projects that could help drive the city forward. We think we have to engineer our economic future probably a lot more aggressively than the LTP suggests, and we're going to have to invest in those outcomes. We can't sit back and allow other regions just to take over and take our positions. Certainly in a tourism context, we need things that are continually moving us forward and generate the profile that a community such as Rotorua needs. Our view around the inner city is that you should go faster. The inner city is probably one of the last, I will call it a bit of a scar on our community, and we're going to have to go harder and faster there. The reality is that the retail and office markets have changed significantly these days, and the CBD as we traditionally knew it is probably not fit for purpose any longer, and it's probably going to need some serious reimagining and some serious redevelopment. We don't feel council's probably put enough long-term sort of investment into that to make sure we make those transitions, because it's a big area of our community and it certainly needs some serious investment. We support the ongoing investment in tourism promotion, obviously, and economic development. We think Council provides a really important central point for tourism promotion, and certainly I see that in the position that I hold with Rotorua NZ, and we need that to continue. It's a really integral part of a big tourism community's focus, and Rotorua NZ provides that ongoing sort of drive. We're not up for rates for any, rates for any point is always contentious, we accept that. But we, as a long-term investor in the tourism industry and a long-term and quite aggressive marketer of Rotorua, we sure as hell carry our load, when it comes to marketing. We invest somewhere in excess of $2 million a year in destination marketing as a business. There'll be no other business in Rotorua that does that. We do that on the basis that obviously we want to attract people to Te Puia, but if they come to Te Puia, the others are going to benefit as well. So we are a really aggressive promoter, not only commercially but culturally, because we take our message way beyond just into just the tourism channels. We take it into a whole lot of other sort of cultural channels as well, and that sort of underpins all the work we do. So from our point of view, we think the community's got a lot of positive things going for it. It's a really sound future ahead of us, but we think the long-term plan could just be a little bit more vision and a few more tweaks in it to take it to where we feel it could really add value. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Tim, for your submission on behalf of Te Puia.
Thank you.
Elected members, that concludes our submitters for this morning. We will now take a short break, and if you could please return just before 11:15 a.m. when we will have our next submitter present. Thank you very much to our members of the public who have come this morning. We will take the next break for lunch at about 12:30 p.m. I do want to also note we had the rolling apology from Councillor Don Patterson, and I did also receive an apology from Councillor Rawiri Waru, who has a family matter today. So the first submitter that I'd like to call up is Peter Sharplin. Welcome, Peter.
Hi, I'm Peter Sharplin. Live out Hamarana, where my wife and I have a couple of Rural One lifestyle blocks. By and large, I want to start off positively. I think the 10-year plan is actually quite a good one. I think there's a lot of good stuff, particularly around getting into building more houses, because it's really what we need. But I don't want to spend too much time on that with 5 minutes. What I want to focus on is the one proposal on there which I think didn't make any sense, and that's your short-term rental policy. In fact, I'm still not quite certain if I've read it right, because if we were to take one of the small farm cottages we have and actually put that on short-term rental, my understanding on that is our rates would go from, say, $4,500 a year for the property up to $13,000 to $14,000 a year for the property as a business rate. Is that correct? I mean, that's crazy, because the median income that people get for short-term rentals is only around about $4,500 per year. Now, you have to advertise for over 60 days anyway, because the holiday season is more than 60 days. It's actually broken out during the year. So you have to have a presence to make any of these things work. So your targeting of how commercial people are defined with this is wrong in the first place. There is a better way, which I'll touch on later. But it puts us in a situation, 9,000 extra in cost for a potential of 4,500 revenue. It's a no-goer. Now, the problem is all the existing rural short-term renters are going to drop it as well. You're going to destroy the market. I did the maths also for the urban people based on valuations of properties. You're going to decimate them as well. The average cost for them will be around about 6,000 against an average revenue they're currently getting of 4.5. So you're not going to be regulating or monitoring the short-term rental market. You're going to be destroying it. That's a real problem, because it's part of the new paradigm for tourism. I personally know that I will not take my family anywhere for a holiday in New Zealand unless it's short-term rental. It's just a better experience than motels, hotels or holiday inns. So don't destroy it. There are better ways than what you're currently proposing. So for example, let's take a step back. With identifying people who are commercially involved with short-term rentals, the best thing to do is look at the number of properties that a host has. Now, we know from the data that's just been published late last year that in 2016 there was around about 5% of hosts have 10 or more properties. Now, that's the definition of commercial to me by any extent. In 2021 in New Zealand, that had risen to 20%. If you want to target the commercial short-term rental, those are the people you need to be looking at, because they probably are unfairly competing against the hotels, motels, etc. So you target based on the number of properties, not on the amount of time that people are advertising on these sites. Secondly, in terms of actually getting on to deal with making it a more equal playing field, it makes more sense to either put a levy per property, and it will be in the hundreds of dollars, not the thousands of dollars, which this current proposal suggests, if you want to actually keep this sector alive. Or, as some local authorities are doing overseas, just put a simple 10% sales surcharge, which can be operated by Book a Batch or Airbnb. It's a much easier way, it's much lower cost to you, and much more efficient, and you keep this sector alive, and you get income. And the calculations I've done would suggest you'd get $750,000 from the roughly 1,500 short-term rentals we have in Rotorua, not the 800 to 1,000 you say. I mean, even Airbnb itself advertises 1,200 short-term rentals in the Rotorua region. And there are others as well. So that's pretty much what I'm trying to get across. I think this proposal you've got is draconian. I think it's ill-targeted. I think it's going to cause both a lot of grief for people like me who want to have some more options with what to do with our land, particularly since Rule 11 has sort of undermined the commercial viability of Rule 1 properties around Hamarana. But I also think it's going to have a lot of angry people out there. If there are 1,500 people who are getting some extra money, it's not huge amounts of money for most of us, then I think we're going to have a lot of anger built up for the next time the elections come through. And for what you're projecting, which is $900,000 a year in your budget, why do you actually want to build up that much angst and anger in the community? It doesn't make sense to me, particularly when there are better ways of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for making your submission in person and also for providing some constructive solutions to us. Thank you. Elected members, we are on hearing 131. I'd like to invite Nigel Escott to make his submission.
Well, firstly, thank you for being here today and the work that you do. I know you do this job because you love Rotorua, and so do I, and that's why I'm here as well. I'm sorry that you're going to have to listen to another submission on the STR. You've had quite a few, so let's hope I'll make it a good one. My name's Nigel Escott. I've lived in Rotorua since 1989. I served 32 years in the New Zealand Police, and the latter 16 years of that was serving Rotorua. We host a maximum of 2 guests on our property, and we permanently live on the property where the guests are. Hosting has enabled us to financially stay in our house into our retirement. It's not a goldmine, but it helps a little bit to get us through. Hosting is very rewarding. We meet amazing people, and we always strive to make every guest feel special. 80% of our guests are from overseas, and predominantly each day they get up, they go out, they spend the day injecting money into the community, into the tourism, into the cafes. They love the unique experience of staying by the lake, surrounded by nature and with local people. The photos they send around the world is advertising you cannot buy. That's free, and that's for all of us, not just for Susan and I. In 2022, we were amazed to be awarded Airbnb Host of the Year for New Zealand. The same year, a Kerry Falls store won Best Toasty, and Canopy Tours was named by TripAdvisor as the 3rd best activity in the world. We felt very proud of Rotorua. I'm here because I'm opposed to the proposed changes to the rating for STRA, and I have 3 points for your consideration, 3 brief points. Number 1, Council appears to have no idea how many short-term rental properties there are in Rotorua, nor the extent of the different types of operation. But they tell us they can raise $900,000 from those properties without knowing how many there are. That's the first issue that needs to be addressed. A register would be a good starting point. Number 2, the current proposal of 60 days advertising is not evidence-based. This appears to be similar, if not identical, to what Brisbane City Council put in place in 2022. It has not worked there, and in fact, it's proved to have been a failure. As a result, a task force has been formed in Brisbane to examine Brisbane City's short-stay rental market and to identify a best practice for that city. Any decisions you make here as councillors must be very carefully considered and evidence-based. Number 3, we are prepared to pay our share. But a well-considered policy needs to be developed. It needs to be a carefully developed policy and recognise the scale and the proportional use of a property. Now, this could be done in development with the various house sharing platforms. And after listening to some submissions online over the last few days, at your fingertips, we have some very talented, well-informed and very balanced local folk. I suggest a delay, engage further with the people at the coalface, who are those who are willing to assist, and get all the facts you need to make an informed decision. We are all passionate about Rotorua and we want to see it operating at its best. As hosts, we want to work with council. I place myself in that category. So, in summary, I respectfully request don't rush your decision without taking all the factors into consideration. I made a couple of suggestions in my written submission about a simple way of doing it, and registration fee and a guest fee. It's got to be simple and it's got to be administratively simple for you folk as well. It's too complicated what you're looking at and it's not going to work. So delay it, think about it and get a register in place. I think that's very important as the first stage. Right on time. It can be done right. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and congratulations on your recent success.
Yeah, thanks. It was pretty impressive.
Our next submitter will be joining us by Zoom, so we'll just give them a minute to get set up. Claire, hello, how are you? Can you hear us well?
Kia ora koutou, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Background noise.
That's okay, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you very much for joining us by Zoom, and I'll just let you know when that 5 minutes is up. Otherwise, we look forward to hearing your submission. Over to you, Claire.
Great, thank you. Hopefully there'll be no more announcements. Yeah, kia ora koutou, Claire Graham, toko ingoa. I just have a couple of things that I'd love to talk to you guys about today. First one is around youth, around the LTP. I just wanted to quickly say a few words around the skate park that was noted as not being able to be funded anymore. I just think youth are not very well represented. Their voices often, they're not in the room when discussions are like these are taking place. So I just wanted to put a word in that I think it's really important that we find funding for that, a space for young people to connect, socialise, be active, and that's in person. There's so much screen time now. I feel like investing in that would be really, really beneficial to the youth of Rotorua. And then the main thing I'd like to talk about you today is transport. So that's mainly what my submission was on, about transport options and choice, and that we're not giving enough, there's not enough focus in the LTP on this, and in terms of giving people in the city being able to participate, because if you don't drive and own a car, it is really hard to participate in Rotorua. So I think I wanted to make sure or to suggest or recommend that improving our streets and funding walking and cycling initiatives need to be considered as essential infrastructure, just like our water pipes, sewage systems. People need to be able to access the things they need to participate in their life and in their community. It's really important for their well-being, so they can go to work, and it's really critical. So why is this essential? Why is it an issue? It's because over the past sort of 60 to 70 years, most cities around the world have, purely focused on moving cars around our cities as fast as we can. And this strong focus on this single mode resulted in streets that have little or no provision for people and humans in them. So for people to walk comfortably or cross the road comfortably and safely, this is really hard. And this means that people are excluded from being able to participate, just in things like visiting friends, getting to work. So why are people being excluded? Can you hear me okay still?
Yes, we can, Claire.
It's about the diversity in our population. So there's huge diversity. something unique about Rotorua is that we've got a high Māori population. And what we know the data shows is that Māori are much more likely to become disabled, and they're much more likely to become disabled at a younger age. So what that means is it's really important that those people are then not excluded from life and participation. So we've got groups of young people, we've got groups of disabled people, and we've got older people that are often, they may not be able to drive, or they don't have a car, or they can't drive. So it's really important to consider these groups in transport. They're very underrepresented and under kind of considered when we're making transport policy and transport decisions. So another stat I just pulled up last night was in 2018, there's 1,341 households in Rotorua, so it's household, not individuals, that don't have access to a motor vehicle. So those households need access to good public transport and good walking and cycling infrastructure to be able to move around and connect with their communities in a safe and economic way. So taxis and Ubers are hugely expensive, and as we know, times are really, really, really tough. Roughly speaking, and that's like a 10 to 15, maybe 20-minute cycle if you're going really slow. So it's a very, very great scale to get a good network going. It's also, the majority of the city is flat or gently undulating, and you've also got this, it's renowned for world-class biking and events. There's a huge opportunity to turn those, to invest in these routes and enable more people who are coming to the city to use that infrastructure to get around, visit the central city, go to the Manawaik Park, and they can do that on their bikes, so they're not using vehicles to get to all the places in Rotorua.
Thank you, Claire. That has been 5 minutes. If you'd just like to make your final point or sum up.
Yeah, just about making Rotorua an inclusive city and really building off the opportunities which we have in Rotorua to make it an amazing city and invest in walking and cycling and public transport and be inclusive. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for listening and the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Claire, for joining us by Zoom. You've covered a number of very valid points there for us, so we have heard you. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Bye. I'd now like to invite Robin Skerrett to make a presentation on behalf of Haumingi No. 3 Ahu Whenua Trust.
Morena. Robin Waimarama Skerrett, aho. Here, speaking on behalf of Haumingi 3 Ahu Whenua Trust. Firstly, I'd like to give you an overview of what I'm about to speak on, and that is we need a change to the district plan to allow development. I'd like the council to take ownership of a failure to deliver on affordable wastewater treatment scheme. We would like an independent review of costs of the wastewater treatment scheme and to make the findings publicly available. And finally, Haumingi 3 invites you to Rotorua Marae with a meeting of the Ahu Whenua Trust, and Taylor Witchman will be sending out the invitations when he's organised this. Thank you. Now, I'm here today to ask that the Rotorua Lakes Council support implementing changes to the district plan to assist our whānau, the Ahu Whenua Trust and the Rotoiti, Rotorua, Rotorua communities. Homingi number 3, Ahu Whenua Trust is the owner of the Rotoiti Sports Ground and the landowner of 11 properties directly behind. This includes 9 lakefront properties. This Ahu Whenua Trust also contributes over $70,000 per annum towards the Rotoiti Sports Club. We want our community to thrive. This can be brought about through changes in the district plan. The reason why I'm here today, we envisage this happening through higher density residential development and also through business hubs. The business hubs will bring into Aotearoa commercial and light industrial activities and employment. Also, on the plus side, local residents' costs could be reduced with the introduction of local trades to establish themselves in these business hubs. They then operate in and around Rotoiti and further afield, such, for example, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, delivery services or tourism businesses. A high cost in Aotearoa is the difficulty in getting tradespeople to travel out to this area, something I've experienced myself. The charge-out rate for distance and travel time with return visits can be prohibitive. Also, a costly factor to the residents is travelling to and fro from Rotorua on a regular basis or on a daily basis. Through the development of business hubs, an increase in employment opportunities for our local residents could arise. This would help to drive down the costs, the charge-out rate. The current district plan does not allow for any of this to happen. Our whānau want to live and work and shop in Rotoiti, the community we call home. And now, over 100 years ago, when the Rotorua Borough Council was formed in 1922, the ability for Ngāti Pukiao families, our whānau, to make decisions about their whenua was removed in favour of the bureaucrats in Rotorua. This has seen stagnation in our community and led to whānau having to find opportunities elsewhere. This stagnation needs to end. We need a district plan that allows for growth. We want this council to engage with trusts, other iwi entities in our community in order to lead to change. With regard to the wastewater infrastructure connection, the expected cost of $45,000, let alone escalating to $88,000 over a 25-year payment term, is a huge burden on our householders. I am urging the Rotorua Lakes Council to seek all avenues for funding to reduce and absorb costs by whatever means, so that it meets with the previously agreed amount of $14,500 as per the 2014 Steering Committee recommendation. We ask the Council to do an independent review of costs for the sewerage scheme and to make the findings publicly available. The availability of short-term accommodation is an industry expectation. Visitors demand that some of our leaseholders offer their properties for short-term accommodation, the appeal being the lakefront. This is of importance to both the leaseholders and the trust. People visit our community for its natural amenity, the lake, fishing, water skiing, kayaks, the Manupirua hot pools, our ngahere, etc. Our one contentious aspect of the rates proposal is that changes will be based on available nights as opposed to actual visitor nights. This is not fair. We recommend that the council make a change based on the actual visitor nights. A threshold applies to the current 100 nights.
You're welcome to sum up.
Well, in summary, is, as I said with the overview, it is a failure to deliver on the wastewater. No, what I'd like for the council to do is take ownership of a failure to deliver an affordable wastewater treatment scheme and an independent review of costs of that actual wastewater treatment scheme and to make findings publicly available, and also to change the district plan to allow development such as the business hubs, which will bring will increase employment in the area and make it easier on the local residents with the tradespeople. So the economy will grow in Rotiti, and that's what I'd like to see there. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. I'd now like to invite up Andrea Davies. Andrea and Mark Davies. Okay, that's fine. Welcome, Andrea. And elected members, this is hearing 139.
Tēnā koutou, ko Andrea Davies toko ingoa. We purchased our property at 1337 State Highway 30, Gisborne Point in April 2022. Retiring from Auckland to the region, we carried out extensive due diligence, taking particular care to gather as much information as possible regarding the East Rotorua Sewerage Scheme, among other things. The information we found about the scheme indicated a cost per property in the vicinity of $15,000 with an option to spread over 25 years. Given that we were retiring to the area, establishing ongoing costs was extremely important to us. The information we gathered, including council information, that of the real estate agent and the previous owner, gave no indication that it was not entirely reliable and reinforced our decision to purchase in the area. The cost of the scheme tripling over the past 2 years was not something we considered, nor that the quoted amount did not include GST. We're disappointed by the apparent lack of transparency, the inaccurate, misleading and untimely messaging from an organisation of elected officials in charge of the region's purse. Not to mention what appears to us to be a total mishandling of the project as a whole, albeit coming in rather late in the scheme. Put simply, the proposed cost per dwelling of the scheme. Let me start that sentence again. Put simply, the proposed cost per dwelling of this scheme is totally unacceptable. We had considered $15,000 spread over 25 years a manageable financial burden, and perhaps we may even have been able to find a way of paying it off sooner. A threefold increase, however, is simply not affordable. Furthermore, we also question what assurance there is that these costs won't continue to escalate, while it seems there are still a number of installations yet to complete. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for coming in person and making your submission. We don't have any other submitters present, so we'll take a short 10-minute break now. We'll return at 11:55.
born and bred, so I'm here representing myself and just myself today. I am a little bit concerned about the lack of planning for the support of golf in the long-term plan. Springfield Golf Club's been fighting a battle for the last few years. If you weren't aware that there was a petition signed a few years ago with 5,000 signatures, that's sort of gone on deaf ears, which is a bit of a shame. Why should we be supporting golf as well as other sports? Golf in particular, it's a $100 billion industry globally. To put that in perspective, mountain biking is about 10 billion. So it's massive, massive sport. Anyone can play golf. It's probably the most diverse sport there is going. You can play with a 5-year-old, 95-year-old, and even people with one arm and one leg can play golf. So I'm concerned that if the golf course lease is not renewed for Springfield, that it would make it a much more expensive sport within the area. Tauranga and Auckland in particular suffering from the lack of golf courses. It's making it a very expensive and elitist sport. We currently don't suffer that. And I'm really concerned that if we went down to one course in town, immediately the price and introduction into the sport would go up. Another thing as well is there was about $200,000 thereabouts spent on the planning of the Westbrook precinct. If anyone took the time to read through that, I know that has been dropped, but one takeaway from the Westbrook precinct development concepts was that our sports fields are in need of maintenance. That's something that I also would like to see considered into the long-term planning. I don't know if any of the sports fields have been upgraded any time recently. Sport's an important way of the Kiwi life. It keeps people out of trouble. There's potentially less ram raids going on if there's kids playing sport, and I'd really like to see inclusive of sport happening. And it's happening in a lot of other councils as sports clubs are getting charged more, so that obviously gets passed on to the kids or the families, and so that's just making the buy into sport less and less. To the council staff, I really want to let rip. I need to hold it back. At the end of the day, all you have is ethics. When you offer a lease to someone, make sure that lease is honest. Offering the golf club a 33-year lease with a 12-month termination clause, to me, is dishonest, and it's disheartening. There's lots of other decisions happening within the council staff, and I'm just flabbergasted as to how you can present them honestly. There's numerous things that I've watched so many council meetings, and I just can't work out how you can go home at the end of the day and say to your partner, I've done the right thing. 2016, the golf course land was changed from reserve to residential. The golf course was never notified about that. We've only found out about that recently. And I am also not too sure how that's happened. So all you've got is morals and ethics. You work for the ratepayers. We pay your bill, pay your salaries. You need to work for us first and foremost. And there's so many people within this community are just beyond frustrated. I've just talked to someone this morning, and yeah, they're speaking here today about issues that they're here for, and we don't want to be here. It's wasting your time as well as our time. And just start making better decisions for the community is all I can say. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mark. We're not taking questions, but if there's any further points you wanted to make, otherwise I think you've made them quite clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Kanapu Rangitauira to make your submission.
Ka pai, tēnā tātou.
Tēnā koe matua, Lani, e mihi ana kia koutou, te kaunihira, tānia, koro matua. Sorry, but I'm familiar with this setting, hoi anō. Ko kanapurangi tauira tōku ingoa, noko nei no te arawa no Rotorua, no Ngāti Porou no te whakatōhea. So my name is Kanapurangi Tauira. From Rotorua, grew up in Ngongotaha, but currently living in Rotoiti, in a little place called Kōmuhumuhu, but more commonly known as Gisborne Point, along State Highway 30, southern shores of Lake Rotoiti. I'm presenting on behalf of my whānau who've been residing at Kōmuhumuhu for the past 6.5 years, in opposition to the proposed costs of the sewerage scheme, Rotowehu, Rotomā, Rotoiti biolytics tanks, sewerage schemes. So I don't know if people have our written submission. I'm not going to read through that, but basically the summary is since my family and I moved to Kōmuhumuhu, Rotoiti, it was communicated to us right at the outset that there was a sewerage scheme happening and that the cost would be approximately $14,000. And while that was a bit of a surprise to us, we thought, no, yep, we can front that bill for the betterment, improving the quality of the water at Rotoiti. And so that was the figure that had been communicated to us either via email or via letters or even in community meetings at the local rugby sports club. That was the figure that was given to us. And based on that figure, we agreed to have the biolytics tank put into our home. So they took out the old sewage tank and put in the new one. And so that was okay. But then when the long-term plan came out a couple of months ago, you could imagine our shock when we saw that 14K had increased more than 3 times the figure that the council had communicated to us. So that 45K, and that's if ratepayers pay the lump sum. If they chose to go the other option of paying it through the rates, there's interest included on that, it gets to close to $90,000. And if I say those 45 from 14,000 to 45,000 as a lump sum, and then if it's paid through the rates, it gets up to close to $88,000 for ratepayers. And my whānau, not just our whānau, I know was, I think Lani was at that presentation at the Rotorua Sports Club. It was packed, my partner was there. It was quite electric, and so I think I'm speaking on behalf of many houses along Rotoiti, Rotomā, Rotowehu. But in particular, our Māori whānau, so Ngāti Pukeao, our whānau out there, for us, this is a major financial stress, and we come from a home with double income. A lot of our whānau out there don't have double income, so even 15K would have been hard to wear, but to go up to 45 is I think is quite unreasonable. It's quite unreasonable. It's unfair, and so my suggestion to the council is to look for other ways. I don't know what happened where the funding has been lost to subsidise the cost, but I suggest that the council find ways to keep the cost as it was, because if it was 45K, we probably wouldn't have agreed to have the tank put in, because we just couldn't afford it. So I strongly urge the council to reconsider this cost and look for other ways to subsidise the scheme, because it is an important scheme to look after our water. But it's, yeah, like I say, it's unreasonable and it's unfair on the ratepayers to foot the entire bill for this scheme. So yeah, that's the summary of my opposition to that part of the long-term plan, and hopefully, time's up, hopefully the council will consider this strongly. Thank you.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koe kanapu. Thank you very much for your submission.
Ka pai. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'd now like to welcome Jonette Mead, number 145 on your list. Welcome.
Hi. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Jonette Mead, ex-Lake Rotorua, until 2 years ago, last April. Now living in Kawerau, so my awa is Tarawera, my manga is Putuaki. I've got all sorts of waka, including some Viking down my mum's side, so I'm ready to fight. Kidding. The children at Lake Rotorua School, where I work as a volunteer and sometimes as a paid learning support provider, call me Fire Johnny, so it's kind of what I've got used to. Ngā mihi, first of all, for being here this time to talk to the sewage scheme. I've seen familiar faces here from the meeting at Rotorua. Stavros, Michael, hello. We've seen a lot of Stavros in the last 5 years over there, quite terrifying for them, I'm sure, at times. So I did want to acknowledge all the councillors who've put their shoulder to the wheel. Thank you for your service to the community. There are times when I've been feeling that around the sewage scheme at East Rotoiti, Rotorua, and in the future at Rotoehu, that it has been a little adversarial between council and the community, when I think we're all meant to be collaborating and shoulder to the one joint and several visionary wheel. Before I start on my 3 points of submission around the sewage scheme, I would like to acknowledge all those who've spoken so far from Rotorua, Rotoiti about the sewage scheme, not the least of which or whom is Richard Prebble. I loved his submission on the need for a better footpath out at Rotorua. There is for children, we've increased the school roll at Lake Rotorua Primary. We've got way more young families, so when they drop the kids off at night at the shops, they walk around that hazardous Tangiwao Point, as it's now called, back to the original name. They've got a drop-off of the lake, one of those metal barriers, and then the white line on the road with trucks, so it's pretty hazardous for them, so I support them in that. The skateboarding submissions, my goodness, how amazing those children, Tamariki and Rangatahi, have been. Particularly nice to see the collaboration between Action Sport Trust, Sport Bay Plenty. Skateboarding is an Olympic sport now. Yes. So transformative for children and so great for fitness education. Back to sewage scheme. I first began to hear about the sewage scheme when I purchased. I thought, gee, 12 grand, that's a lot. Anyway, that's what you got to do to keep the lakes pristine. In a short space of time, it had become $14,000. I attended a meeting at the hall at Rotorua with the then Mayor Stevie Chadwick, who absolutely declared out loud that it was 14 inclusive, capped, end of story. And we thought, right, well, we're just going to have to take that on the chin. As time's gone by, of course, it's gone up, and we all know that history. But I'm left feeling, because I signed a contract to have the tank put in my ground, it went in twice, incorrect the first time. It was a contract to me, and I feel really misled that I signed a letter to say, come on in, guys, put the tank in, that it hasn't been honoured in terms of that, what I viewed as a fixed price contract. So after that, I think it's misleading, and I feel deceived. That's a fair trading issue. Sections 9 and 14, to me, clear as day. Anyway, that's my personal view, that I'm feeling terribly misled and disappointed. There was an O-ring put on out at the plinth at the gate back to front, so the poor pump was trying to go backwards instead of getting rid of the stuff you never want to see again. And I also had a sewage leak up between the two portholes of the tank. Bubbly white stuff, you don't want to see that again either. The fact that council wants to charge the residents of Rotorua, East Rotoiti for the scheme, to me, puts council as an in-trade provider. And as an in-trade provider, I think the rigours of normal business practice kick in. Keeping to contracts, keeping good communication, good providers, good service people, good contractors, good outcomes, good product. I'm not seeing that. So in-trade puts you at risk, I think, in a commercial sense as a council. Governance. Along the way in the meetings, I've seen minuted evidence of Stavros, Michael, taking full responsibility, whether he took it or was given it, for the financial responsibility of the scheme. I may be wrong in that, but there are minutes dated April 2017 that evidence that. To me, that's a governance issue. You guys are meant to be obviously appointing the right people to do these contracts, these jobs, and deliver in a timely and fabulous way. Without micromanaging any infrastructure manager, there are checks and balances that councillors, mayors are obliged to do to make sure that things aren't running away at the seams with cost overruns, inefficiencies. So those are my thoughts there. Thank you for the time. Ngā mihi nui.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koe hoki. Thank you very much. Whaia Johnny. Elected members, we're just going to wait a few minutes to see if our 12:15 turns up. If not, then we will take our lunch break at that stage to return for our 1:30 submitter. Elected members, our 12:15 submitter has not arrived. I can see the no signal from down the end of the hall. So we will take our lunch break now. If you could please return into here just before 1:30 p.m. when we will have our next submitter. Thank you. We will resume our long-term plan hearings on this day of the 23rd of May. Our next submitter that I'd like to call up is Raina Meha. And Raina Meha will be speaking also on behalf of Women's Health League and also Tapuai Haruru Marae. No mai, Raina. And as you are speaking to 3 different submissions, we normally have 5 minutes, but we've allocated the 15 minutes in total. So if you need that, you will hear a ding at the end of that. Otherwise, we will hand over to you to make your presentation.
Tēnā tātou katoa, tēnā koutou o te kaunihira, tēnā tātou ngā manuhiri ngā kaitautoko mo te kaupapa nei. Ko Raina Meha ahau no te roto iti no Ngāti Pikiao, no Ngāti Mākino, no Ngāti Kahungungu o te aitanga māhaki ahau. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and it's much warmer inside than it is outside. I just came from a wonderful Ngāti Pikiao event out at Otara Marae, Pounamunui Marae. The Pokai was out there, and it was it filled my heart because I was out there with my people taking part in this event, and now I'm coming here to talk to you guys. It's a bit of an anomaly, but we'll get through it. So yes, today I'm speaking on behalf of Tapuai Haruru Marae, where I'm a whānau member and the chairperson of the Marae Committee of the Rotorua branch of the Women's Health League, and as a property owner, ratepayer. Is everything all right? Okay. So I grew up at Rotorua, I live at Rotorua, I'm probably going to die at Rotorua. So this long-term plan impacts me very, very much, and the whānau hapuaniwi that I represent. Probably the 2 issues that come out of my submissions, you can see that it's a common template and it goes across many of our Ngāti Pikiao submissions that you would have received. The 2 concerns are the sewage scheme and our cultural issues and rural issues that we experience out at Rotorua. So my whakapapa means that I'm closely linked to Rotorua, Rotorehu and Rotoiti Lake. So I speak on that rohe, that part of the Ngāti Pikiao tribal area. When it comes to the sewage scheme, and some of you councillors were at the Rotoiti Club and we had that very feisty meeting that day, that community meeting. I suppose my interests are somewhat different, and like many of our Māori whānau from Rotorua is that we are ahi kā. So we're not going to move anywhere, right? We live there. We are part of the community to uphold the mana of our marae. And so we want to ensure that our current living situation and future is going to be a affordable, healthy and prosperous one. So many of the ahi kā that I'm representing and who live out in our communities will have intergenerational interests above our non-ahi kā whānau or non-Māori whānau who tend to have, for example, holiday batches out in our communities. But that's where we whakapapa to, and that's very important to our interest and our concerns, I suppose, about the long-term plan. When the council representatives came to my house to talk to me about signing up to the sewage scheme, I think it was in 2022, I signed the document with the understanding that it was going to cost me about 14,000 to 15,000 K. And at the time it seemed like a lot of money, but after talking with other whānau members and community members, it was something that we thought I thought I could live with. Then, with the current sort of cost blowout of what's before us and in the long-term plan, at a personal level for me, it's unaffordable. For the people that I represent from my marae and from our Women's Health League group, it's vastly unaffordable for many of the ahika who live out in our communities in the Rotoiti, Rotorua and Rotorua area, which is really interesting when like 28,000 hectares of Māori freehold land is part of that community district. So we have a lot of vested interest with the whenua Māori entities that occupy that sort of the area that is the concern of the sewage scheme. So my question to you guys is, you've got my submission, you probably ask me questions after this. What happens if I don't pay my rates to you guys? What if I make a personal decision that I'm going to withhold my rates this year? What will happen to me? That's my first question. My second question is, I feel sometimes that for us in the rural communities of Ngāti Pikiao, everything stops at Tungai Junction. So I read in the long-term plan, you will be withholding funding for certain rural activities that impact ahika out there, such as, I think there's a Māori road line, Pūteo, and some of the sealing of our roads out there. And it's not, again, we feel like we're the sort of poor cousin and all the financial contributions that tend to happen in the urban areas. So those are the two issues that I am here today about the sewage scheme and then visibility of our communities. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your submission, Raina. We don't ask questions of our submitters as part of this hearing process, but we have heard your submission and we have heard the questions that you have of us. Kapai, thank you very much. We are running just slightly ahead, but I'd like to call the Lake Tarawera Sewage Working Group to make their presentation to us this afternoon. Welcome.
Kia ora, I'm Henry van der Hayden, and the gentleman on my right is Gordon Lewis. We are spokespeople from the Lake Tarawera Sewage Working Group. I'll refer to us as a working group, and it's great to see the support in the background of many of the residents out at Lake Tarawera. So, together. So I'll start off by saying there's 6 in the working group. The chair of the working group is Libby Fletcher. Libby also chairs the LTRA, and there's four other members from the wider community. And we've only got one purpose, that's to unite the community, and I think we've been relatively successful in it. You'll never get 100%, so from my corporate life, I think if you get between 70–80%, I think you're doing a pretty good job. And I think that's where we are, and just to support that, we now have built up a database of about 80% of the community, so we've got a sense of where the community is. Probably unlike many other communities, we've taken a leadership position and a solution focus. It's very easy to take positions that are going to say more negative than positive. So we're coming to you with solutions to what's in front of us. And I guess what Gordon and I are going to be asking for at the end is that engage with us, your leadership, with our leadership, to find a solution that the community actually buys into. Hey, so I'm going to hand over to Gordon, who'll just very quickly take you through what we are proposing, and in the end we'd like to engage with the leadership of council, both from a governance perspective and from a management perspective. Gordon.
Thank you, Henry. Just firstly is probably reiterating our stance, and you would have read that in our submission, that quite reasonably we want to have work around three particular values, and that was the reasonableness, the fairness and equity, and the certainty. And in regards to that, we would submit, first of all, that the proposed capital charge of $50,000 per property is in fact unprecedented and quite unreasonable for simply the service of collecting wastewater. And equally, it's unreasonable to expect permanent residents out there, most of whom are on fixed incomes and pensions and have really built their place there for life, to find that sort of cash, or indeed they're not in a position even to find some form of debt funding either. By spreading it over 10 years, as been suggested, it means that their rates of $6,500 a year now would double over the next 10 years. So they'll be up for $13,000 a rates. And that's, again, unreasonable in our view. You'll be well aware of the equity arguments we've used with other lakeside sewerage schemes, but just reminding that Council does need to take into account who are all the beneficiaries and perhaps the exacerbators of this particular project. It's simply not fair for 1.6% of the ratepayers to be responsible for paying maintenance for the lake and the environment, which is an amenity which is enjoyed by all sorts of people: trampers, mountain bikers, fishermen, jet skiers, wakeboarders, boaties, tourism operators, cafes, accommodation providers, employees, mana whenua, and many more that come from right across the Rotorua district, the Bay of Plenty region, nationally and internationally. So there's a clear inequity in the model that's been proposed to date. That's where we want to have a change, and we want to have that change reflected in the long-term plan. The current model is an open checkbook and provides no certainty and no accountability. Our community, as Henry said, is spooked by the Rotorua and Rotorua sewerage scheme, and as a result, asking for certainty right now. I don't believe it's responsible governance to kick this can down the road anymore, and it's not responsible to say, we'll tell you when you first flush your loo what the cost is going to be. People have purchased properties out there as their family home, family lifestyle, in many cases their final retirement home. Because of the threatened financial burden being imposed, they have to reconsider their lifestyle and their dreams. So, as Henry said, we want to work collaboratively with the council to come to a solution on this, but that means the council needs to acknowledge the open-ended burden that they have created, and we also need to respect that as co-funders of the scheme, the Tarawera community do have a fixed bottom line as to what is acceptable. So we told you in December there was a deep and wide frustration and distrust with the council. Council has subsequently attended many of the forums from there and will be aware of the depth of that feeling. We as a working group are treading a fairly fine line here between the mood of the community and the council. And if we don't quickly resolve this and address it, then that mood will only get greater. We need to sit down with you urgently and resolve an equitable and acceptable solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordon and Henry, for making your submission on behalf of the Lake Tarawera Sewage Working Group. We look forward to working together.
Thank you. It's funny when there's no questions, eh? It's Thank you.
I'd like to now call up Lynn Williams to make this submission.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Williams. I'm representing my partner Wendy Bickerton, who owns lots 13 and 15 Ronald Road, Lake Tarawera. and I'm speaking to the long-term plan, and in particular to the sewage scheme and relationship to that plan, and will ultimately focus on the funding aspect, which we have concerns with. I would say that that we support the last speakers 100% and share their views, and so I won't go over the ground that they've covered. And I will move on to the heart of our submission, that we accept the proposal that they are putting forward as being an equitable scheme. We're concerned about the equity between lakes, the different lakes, and we don't see why Tarawera residents should be singled out for a much more onerous. Thank you. Have you heard what I've said to date? I can repeat anything that you haven't heard. We are very concerned about the cost blowouts from 18,000 to 50,000. That's 278% increase. It's outrageous. We think that the council has been reckless in committing to a capital spend as they have without knowing how it's being paid for, because quite simply the residents can't afford it. Talked about the inequity. I haven't talked about the community benefit, but the last two speakers did. There is a much wider community benefit than just the Tarawera residents. It is that, in fact, whilst we support the sewage scheme, it's arguable that, in fact, most of the residents aren't polluting the lake at all. It would be immeasurable, the difference. So this is a nice to have, not a must have. The funding, I'll turn to that. I'm aware that the local government funding agency are working closely with government right now for special arrangements for Three Waters. And quite simply, the Rotorua Council will be able to avail itself of those new provisions to solve this problem. And so together, if we all work together, we can solve this problem and make it equitable, because we want the thing finished. It's going to happen. But the fiscal responsibility, which is where this long-term plan comes in, you've committed to this sewage scheme on our behalf. You've created a liability for us. You're going to have to make decisions to go without some other things that you'd like to have on your list so that you can pay for what you've already committed to. And that's your challenge. So the Reserve Bank Governor was on the radio yesterday saying that one of the things that's causing inflation in New Zealand is out of control rates and out of control insurance premiums. And so if every group of councillors in the country can control their things and start going without a few things like we used to do, instead of saying we want everything now, then we'll be able to afford some of the things that we have to have. I'll leave you with those thoughts.
Thank you very much, Lynn. We appreciate the suggestions you've put on the table too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just checking if Owen Dorr is here. Owen, would you be happy to do your presentation now? Okay, thank you. We're running about 10 minutes ahead of time, but would like to call on Owen Dorr to make his presentation. We do have your presentation, and so just let us know when you want us to flick to change slides.
Okay, so I'll just let you know, I'll pull them by slide 1, slide 2.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Sort of thing. Thank you. Greetings, hello everybody. I represent basically myself and all my friends. Slide one, please. Slide one. Now this is covering the Tarawera thing, but it also, I apply all this to all the other lakes as well. This thing in this cartoon represents the high-handed way the whole thing has been operated. There is a big opposition out there by residents and an opposition from the smaller sort of people, the people who live on their own, those with young families, critical, older people, elderly, the newly retired, and people that are old and sick. And their voice is just not being taken seriously. The LTRA has let us down horribly. And I'm sorry to say that the new working group, although I agree with some of the things they say, a lot of us don't agree with a lot of what they say as well. It is not fair, it is not right, and it's more a Marxist sort of a regime that pushes this type of operation onto the people. Not a democracy, or maybe we don't have a democracy anymore, but I feel, and I think some agree with me, that it is the council's responsibility, either local government, regional government, or central government, to supply the basic infrastructure down through the lake. And if I can have slide 2, please. They've just bulldozed on, and here's another illustration how they're bulldozing on through the Green Lake, and all of a sudden they've had a bit of a hiccup. Consultation with everybody hasn't really been carried out, otherwise these things wouldn't happen. And there's been an attitude right throughout the country for donkey's years that as far as Indigenous people are concerned, well, name your price, we'll stick it on the bill, and in this case the Tarawera people can pay for it. But there's more to it than that. Personally, even though none of my relatives have been affected or involved in the Green Lake, but if the council was going to put a sewer through my parents' graveyard, I'd be pretty upset, and I can quite understand the stance that they've taken. So we can go on to slide 3, please. There was a proposition put forward called option C, and I think this is the only democratic option available. It's reached a lot of adverse pushback from council, supported by the council's proxies. It had one main proxy out there, the LTRA, who talked about, well, yeah, we're all friends, we're all together, we all just live here, and we all look after each other. So you're expecting the lame duck, the lame people, the sick people, to support big government, to support big money. Well, we can't do it, and we're not going to do it. And the LTRA and now the TWG are basically talking about, oh, we're going to have a figure, we're going to cap it, we're going to cap it, we're going to cap it somewhere, we're going to cap it, and we're going to get more money. Well, they haven't got more money, they can't cap it. And the whole thing has just got out of control. And now you've got many Tarawera residents are going to drown, they're going to suffer because of this unhumane sort of a way they're going about things, really. And if I can have the next slide too, please. This is the last one. And so it's gone on, and as I said, the sewage debacle will bring financial disaster of titanic proportions to many Tarawera residents. At no time during the process has the representatives of young families, people raising children, trying to save up money to send them to university or get them educated, are being hampered. There's the chronically ill. There are people living down there who may be of workable age, but they can't work because of sickness or any other adversities. There's the retired, newly retired, who didn't plan for this, and there's the elderly who haven't worked or had any income for probably 25, 30 years and are living off their savings. We didn't plan for a huge bill like this. I've been a ratepayer down there for 43 years, lived there full time for 13, and we didn't pay for this at all. Well, I think that cartoon just about sums it up. It's there's the entitled and the unentitled down there, and unfortunately we like to think that we're all one big happy family down there, but we're not. There are those from one end of the lake and those from the other end of the lake, and unfortunately the ones from the other end of the lake, and this may be semi-geographical, but it's more sort of a social status, have pushed the barrow, and we're sick of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I'd now like to invite the Lakes Water Quality Society up to make their presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to present to you today. I guess it is quite timely, I think, the way in which we've fitted into this afternoon's discussion, because, as we've just heard, there obviously is deep concern about the additional costs that these sewage schemes are going to apply to the residents of the Rotorua district. I guess you've got the opportunity to read our submission, and I guess the core element of our submission is that there does need to be a fundamental review of the way in which we fund, not just the sewage schemes, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of the whole Rotorua Te Arawa Lakes Restoration Program. We know largely that our existing funding is coming to an end. We know that we have still a huge journey ahead of us in terms of improving the quality of Lake Rotorua. We know the quality of Lake Rotorua is having a huge bearing on the quality of Lake Rotoiti. And, late last week, we presented or submitted to the regional council around the state of the Ohau Channel wall, and the reason asked a question about why is it leaking and why is that, been allowed to happen to the extent that it is. So in terms of the long-term plan, it seems to us that it's absolutely critical that there's some sort of review of the funding model that's required for the ongoing restoration of the lakes, of which the effluent sewage treatment plants and the sewage reticulation schemes have always been an important part. So in terms of what we would like to see, I think in the context of the long-term plan, we need a review of funding mechanisms. I mean, everybody knows that there's been an ongoing discussion about what those funding mechanisms could be for local government, but I think that there are a whole range of avenues, and some of the previous speakers have just sort of touched on the sorts of sectors that could be expected to contribute to the way in which we fund our Lakes Restoration Program. I think the other thing we need to look at very seriously is the way in which the funding is managed and what level of transparency and accountability we have for that funding. As you know, I'm fully au fait with the operation of the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group. I think that, unfortunately, the strategy group actually doesn't work in the best interests of the ratepayers and the contributors, and it needs to be seriously re-evaluated in terms of probably its governance model, but also its management model. It needs greater accountability and transparency and the opportunity for the community to input into that process and keep it on track and make sure that it's delivering equitable and fair solutions for the whole community. And as I say, the long-term plan is the obvious place for these sorts of issues to be embedded and considered. I think, just to reiterate some of the comments that we've just heard, to have as a default option just to pass all the cost onto local ratepayers, that day's gone. We know that there's a lot of serious consequences and repercussions that occur from that. So, the old model is history. We need to move on and look at new opportunities. And obviously, Lakes Water Quality is very keen to work with Council in that space going forward. We think we have some ideas about how you can go about that. In my submission, I flag a whole range of sort of indicative strategies or options that might need to be considered and integrated. And out of that will come a new funding plan. I can assure you that there are other opportunities that we can look at to help sustain our long-term lake restoration program. Thanks, councillors. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming to make your submission on behalf of the Lakes Water Quality Society.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite Philip Husband to make this submission. And thank you for coming forward a little bit earlier. Welcome, Philip.
I've come here to speak on behalf of my community over at Lake Rotorua, and I sat with quite a few people. I went to a meeting over there, not the fiery one that I think you went to. Thank you for turning up, that's good. I went to a meeting there and I sat with some people who were elderly people, similar to the lady that came and presented to you before. And they said to me that they were fearful, they were afraid. And I've just moved there. I'm the person you read in one of the submissions that bought a house last year. That's me. So I went there and I said, why are you afraid? And they said they're afraid of what's going to happen. These people are living in fear. And I think it's okay to remember about the emotion, and when you're in your job, you can take emotion out of it, I guess, sometimes, and you can say, well, I'm doing facts and figures and I'm doing this and doing this. I won't worry about that because it's in your face. And I think this morning you heard probably some angry people, some passionate people. Do not confuse the two. You know, these people are my community and they are passionate. So I've got a couple of things. I want to talk to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. One of the things is you wrote in your long-term plan, and when you wrote it, I take it, I haven't received one of these yet, so your admin's just a little bit tardy, but I got this one off some friends of mine over in Rotorua. And you say in your long-term plan, we are carefully planning for the next 10 years and looking to invest in things that matter to you while helping to minimise the financial impact on our community. That's not happening in my community. I signed up to a $15,000 cost. When I bought the house, the real estate agent went, this is going to cost you $15,000, and we ran past the tank. And I said, okay, that's fine, I can accept that. But there are people there, and now we're getting a bill for $42,000. So, and I'm on leased land, so therefore, and I bought my retirement home. This is where I'm going to live. So I now have in July, according to your plan, that I will have a bill of $54,000 because I'll pay my lease and I'll pay my rates plus your $42,000. So it's around about $54,000. I think that there are people in my community of Rotorua who are on a fixed income, and you can say to them that you are going to have $1,000 or you are going to have $10,000. Either way, they can't pay. You've heard it here today, they can't pay. And their reaction is they won't pay. You know, and that's probably the wrong reaction, but what can you do when you are under the pump and you are afraid and living in fear when you can't live anywhere, you have nowhere to go, you're going to be in social housing. So this is one of the problems. Another thing that you wrote, Madam Mayor, was that half the rates increase you'll see in this document is due to inflation, which is the rise in the price of goods and services. Not really where we come from in Rotorua. And although we can't control these, we can control the decisions we make to manage it. That's the part that I liked about that whole part that you wrote, Madam Mayor. And you know, it's very, very difficult because I think looking at it from the outside, I've only been there a year, and not being able to pay, and then you're punishing them because you haven't got that money. We're going to charge you 88,000. So you've just compounded. You know, people haven't got 5,000, let alone 42, and now we're going to go to 88. So what you're doing is you're actually punishing people twice. Now, I didn't come here without a solution. One of the solutions that I have is that you take advantage of the government's thing with 3 waters, with their 3 waters, because that is available to you people. And so if you apply for that, then you can actually have this problem solved. Keep communicating with the people, even though they are angry and they're a bit feisty. That's okay. You can deal with feisty. You're a big girl. So what happens is that we manage it so that people understand. When people don't understand, what happens is they get scared and they get confused. So that's what you need to do. Just listen to all the people, listen to what we've got to say. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Philip. We do just have a little break in submitters that are present. We expect the next one to be arriving at 2:15, so about another 5-6 minutes. So we will take just a short break now. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to hear now from Debbie Ireton. $160. Thank you very much, Debbie, for making your presentation in person. You will have 5 minutes, and you'll just hear a little ding by the end of that. But we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Do I have to introduce the topic of conversation, or can that just...
You can just let it flow.
Thank you. So a couple of years ago, we were up for a new kitchen. Prior to installation, we received several quotes and we settled on a figure of 10K. It turned out to be a great kitchen. It had all the bells and whistles that you get for 10K, a few bits and bobs, and some nice appliances. Best of all, it had fabulous plumbing. The job took a bit long, quoted 1 month, but it took 6. Communication was an issue. We didn't hear from him unless he was going to turn up to do some work. But the job got done. So then the invoice arrived. The invoice was for 30K and not 10K, which was a bombshell. And unless you're made of metal, it's not hard to imagine the feeling of that shock. Well, the kitchen is actually just an illustration and something to bring home the feeling of that we've probably all experienced. Just that feeling of being told that the sewage system at Lake Rotorua was going to cost us $45,000 instead of 14 or 15. It was just like a punch to the guts. I'm not going to need the whole 5 minutes. Here's the thing. The kitchen is ours, but the house it's in is open to anyone day or night, winter or summer. For a dwelling to be legal, it must have consented plumbing, and I 100% understand and accept that the sewage upgrade was required by law. However, conserving, protecting and preserving the environment for future generations is a responsibility which falls on everyone's shoulders. The use of those lakes is completely open to the public, seasonally sometimes, and the responsibility should be a shared one. There are many families connected to those lakes that cannot afford this. I can't even explain how I felt when I heard this, and I'm not sure how they would feel. And the option to pay it off in your rates with the interest just makes it even more unbelievable. I'm nearly done. I have replied to an email that I sent after hearing that somebody had floated a figure of 20K for the job instead of 14. This is part of the email sent almost 7 years ago to the day from a council person. I just wish to, this is him, I just wish to stress that the cost of $14,000 per house was based on preliminary design. This figure was brought forward during the Easter weekend meeting. I'm not aware of the $20,000 figure. When detailed design is completed, a more accurate estimate will be established. Council will go back to the community for reconsultation if the resulting cost is more than the $14,000 per property initial estimate. 7 years later, almost to the day, we heard nothing until a couple of months ago when the bombshell dropped. I just feel that communication has been an issue and that the council have unfair expectations of ordinary people. A comparatively few households are going to pick up the cost of preserving this beautiful resource of the lakes, and yeah, it just does not seem fair and indeed not doable for, for much of the population out there, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie, for coming and presenting to us.
Thanks.
Our next submitter is expected to be here at 2:45, so we will just be waiting from now until 3 p.m. Mark Hughes, this is on the other page, number 169, so you can find his submission. Mark, we welcome you and thank you for coming forward a little bit earlier.
No worries. Can I start?
Yes,
Yeah.
you will have 5 minutes and you'll hear a little ding by the end of it,
no
but
worries.
over to you.
Okay. My name's Mark Hughes. I've lived in this area for a number of years, worked in tourism as an insurance advisor, mortgage advisor. Now, I don't know if you people understand the actual devastation you're doing on the Rotorua community at the moment. As an example, there is one lady I know of, her husband passed away, she's ready to go into a retirement home. She can't sell her house. There's been no house sales there for 12 months. You've basically given us this big umbrella hanging over our heads saying that, oh, you know, we need to get the system done. The system does need to get done. 5% of the pollution going into Lake Rotorua was from the septic systems, but you've actually got, like, I think it's around 12-15% coming off the road debris. Like every time a car or truck drives through there, you're getting diesel, tyre wear, etc. That's flown into the lakes, but nothing's getting done about that. As ratepayers, we're getting lumped with having to be the easy scapegoat. But there are a couple of other things which I don't think the council are aware of, that you're actually breaking 2 laws as well. We've been quoted, well, I've been quoted, you're going to be charging us an interest rate of 6.5%. You're not allowed to do that. I'm actually a financial advisor, I'm doing my papers at the moment, but according to the FMA, or the Financial Markets Authority, you have to be a registered financial entity to be able to charge interest. It's not an if, but, or a maybe. You might say, okay, we'll just put it as a targeted rate. You're limited on the amount of money that you're allowed to charge as a targeted rate, and we have to agree on it as well. If you're wanting to charge interest, you're going to have a financial advisor go around and visit every person who's involved with that, have all their financial information, and make sure that they can afford the debt that you're forcing us into. It's as simple as that. We were promised $15,000. I can live with that. That's not upsetting. I feel quite comfortable we've been paying up to the gate and having the council be responsible from the gate forward, like with the rest of the area. I understand that the sewage system around the Rotorua district, we're going to be having to fork out to pay for that in our general rates, as well as our own system, which we're double paying. There's a lot of things that I don't know if you realise that people who live in that Rotorua area, we'd actually do a lot of our work in other parts of the Bay of Plenty and not necessarily come to Rotorua as a place to work or do anything. I like living here in Rotorua, but I like the Eastern Bay as well. This is the 3rd or maybe 4th time this year I've been to Rotorua because it's just an unattractive place to come to anymore. It's just shameful seeing what previous councils have done around here. You guys focus a lot on tourism, and I've been involved in tourism. I've been involved in, say, the catering company, where a lot of you might recognise me from 20 years working for the catering company, 7 years at Adventure Playground, Off-Road New Zealand. I've worked there for a couple of years as well. I know Rotorua well. I understand tourism is the big show pony, but within an hour's drive of Rotorua, you've got some of the best engineering firms and best manufacturers in the world right here, and nothing is really, you know, the businesses are here, but they're the ones that are putting money in the pockets of people. The tourism, you get with tourists, you obviously get your seasonal workers coming in, but they're not basing themselves here, they're just doing their OE. And the manufacturers are the people who live here and pay the rates. Anyway, that's going off point. You guys have to really do something about the whole way that the septic system was has been priced out. We were promised 15,000. Some people were 15, 18,000, I think it was. That's affordable. But when you're getting an old lady who's in her 80s, her husband's just passed away, who's sitting in a house wanting to move into a retirement home, can't sell her only asset because her and her husband, that was going to be their dream home, and obviously he's not part of the dream anymore. And she sits in this little house by herself in the dark because she doesn't know what her future involves. And that's got to be depressing for some people. And there is a lot of the population out there who are retired. I see them through the fire brigade, that they just, that's what the population is out there. You know, it's more 3 seconds or 5 minutes up. Any questions at all?
Thank you very much, Mark. We don't do questions as part of this hearing, but we have appreciated you coming to share that, especially the first-hand perspective of those in the Rotorua community.
Yeah, okay, cool. We'll just do something about it. Thanks, it'd be great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillors, we don't appear to have any other submitters arrive for this portion of the hearing, so we will take a break now. It's 3 o'clock and we will return just before 3:15 for, sorry, that submitter's not here. We'll return just before 3:20. So 20-minute break now. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Welcome back to our long-term plan hearings. Before we request our submitter to come forward, I just need to advise that under standing orders, the hearing, we need a resolution to take the hearing beyond 6 hours. Thank you. That's moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Maxwell. The Council resolves to extend the hearing beyond 6 hours. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. It's my pleasure to now invite forward Ray Cook to make his submission to us today. And just a reminder, everyone, the meeting is being live streamed. Ray, you will have 5 minutes and we'll have a timer just to the left here. Thank you. And when you're ready.
Thanks, everybody. I'm also here with Brett Farquhar from Stratum, who's who's a consultant that does a lot of work for our company on different projects. So Brett's quite happy to field any questions at the end. I suppose for me, 5 minutes is probably not long enough, but let's just wind it up. I'll take it that our submission has been read, so I won't sort of go through and read the report out as such. I'll just skip through some highlighted pieces that I'd like to talk about. The main thing being development contribution levies. Commercial developments have dried up, and I think the council implementing this new levy is going to be crazy. Things are tough out there now, especially I'm talking of the commercial sector here. We don't play in the residential space as such. So, why is it dried up? Well, compliance costs have been just increasing over time, rate increases over time, construction industry price increases, bank interest rate increases, and so implementing this levy is going to further kill any development in the city. So our company sort of sits at what I call the sharp end of the stick. We deal mainly with national tenants, New Zealand wide, and I can tell you that it's the trough's dried up. There's nobody out there, and it's because of those factors there. And I think by adding a development contribution levy back in, it's just going to kill things. So that's probably all I'll say on development contributions. Business rate increase, well, it sort of all goes in part and parcel with the development contribution, our submission. I don't believe that business rate increases is sustainable for our city. A lot of our commercial tenants that are there now, because some of our tenants that we've got, we pass on the rates to them to pay. Some of them are included in their rental, but the ones that we've passed on, that we pass back on to them, a lot of them are in arrears with us. We don't go in arrears with council because obviously we don't like having debt collectors knocking on our door, but we're really seeing that we've got a lot of tenants in arrears that can't pay us. So they tell us that they can't sustain the rate increases because business has dried up, and so it's really tough out there. And then the other thing that our report covers on is the rate increases on brownfield developments. So we've actually put a submission in about brownfield developments, and an example is the Eastgate developments that we did. Just how much of an increase? I think something like 203% or 204% increase, and that's sort of arrived at because of the revaluation that council do of the asset. But you go and try and tell your tenant that his rates have gone up 204%. So we've got a tenant, one of our tenants, sort of talking maybe of when their lease comes up for renewal,
they're going to join there too. They've got they've got a division in Tauranga and a division here in Rotorua, and they're going to sort of co-share those and close one of them down, which will probably be Rotorua that'll close. So, you've got to be really careful we're walking a very, very fine line in the commercial sector. And I suppose the last thing to talk about is that we put in our submission was about visitor bed tax. I personally think that this is the fairest way to capture funding, council to capture funding. I understand it's got to be done on a national basis with central government, but maybe it's high time to start talking about that to get it. When we were involved in the ownership of the Novotel and the Ibis Hotel a few years back, we tried to push for it, and it was pushed away by all the tourism operators. Didn't like the idea, but if you look, it's widely used overseas like that, so it's not a new tax. People are pretty happy with, or I wouldn't say happy, but people are prepared to pay the extra bed tax. So I think council sort of they can recoup some funding for all these things, and this is maybe you've got to think outside the square of how you get your rate take. And I think the lake, and I also added in there about the lake facilities. If you look at the Blue Lake and Lake Akirika especially, they are just, there's been no asset spend on there, and they're highly used at present with all the, we've got everything from, water skiing to Wakarama to all sorts of events, and those facilities at Blue Lake are terrible. And so they're in high need of council spending some funding there. So that's probably it. I think I'm out of time now, so Brett and I were quite happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ray. We're not doing questions as part of the hearings, but we do have your written submission as well, and we thank you for taking the time to be here in person and to present your submission too.
Okay. So we can go. Oh, hell. I can turn his meter off, you see, so save some money.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Welcome, Ryan. We're happy to take your submission when you're ready. Thank you. It's nice to see you again. Elected members, this is 170, Ryan Gray.
Kia ora, thanks for hearing from me again. I'm kind of here to just touch on a couple parts of my submission. The main one I'll be talking about today is the short-term rental accommodation. I support the council's move to change the rules around the short-term accommodation rules, but there should be kind of one change. I just want to kind of set the scene. You couldn't open a hotel in Linmore, but for some reason you can operate a whole bunch of mini hotels, which would be bigger than our largest hotel. I heard a submitter earlier today, so it's over 800 hotel beds a night, essentially. Just to give a quick example of the terrible impact this council's policy has in our community. I live in a residential area, classic 1970s weatherboard homes, kids playing in the street, local schools nearby, deer up the road. When I moved in, there was a family living next door. 2 kids went to the local school, they were part of our community. One day, I noticed they were packing and leaving. They told me their landlord had given them notice. Next week, I bumped into them at Pack and Save. They told me they were living in emergency accommodation because they couldn't find a rental. The house had been turned into an Airbnb. The kids from that family had to change schools to one closer. They lost connection with their friends in the street. Their lives were turned upside down. The rules of this council meant emergency housing motels had another customer, while the landlord boosted their personal wealth via using their house as a mini hotel. There's hundreds of houses like this across Rotorua. Houses that could be full of families, being a part of our community, putting down roots and contributing to our city by having sustainable housing. Instead, council policy encourages these people to buy houses and turn them into little hotels. I've listened to a couple of submissions, and some of the Airbnb owners' arguments are interesting. Some of them have said if they had to pay business rates, they won't be able to afford to be in business. Typically, if your business expenses go up, you increase your rate. If your customers aren't prepared to pay that rate, either your product isn't worth it anymore, or your business was only feasible because the state was propping it up. Other people have said if the Airbnb host guests, they're more likely to go to restaurants and tourist attractions. I mean, by that argument, what's the point of having housing for locals at all? Let's just do it all Airbnb so we prop up our hotels that way. Also, normally people stay in Airbnbs because they want to cook food from the supermarket instead of going out. Also heard a few Airbnb owners say their properties have no additional impact to Rotorua. I think the Tihi o Tonga residents who dealt with parties every weekend, Airbnbs about there, would have something to say about that. Also, communities who have people coming into their street every single day that are strangers and not part of their community. And more importantly, ask the families who couldn't afford a rental because their houses have been turned into businesses about the impact on them. You know, I almost feel sorry for the accommodation business owners who brought into this thinking council would subsidise their business costs forever, but it's time we even the playing field. One difference, I think, is if you have a batch in a lake area that's used by the owners, rented on the side, perhaps they could be excluded from this change, simply because that house would never be turned back into a rental for properties for locals in the long term. Maybe the 100-day rule, 60-day rule could apply there. But in urban areas, there should be 0-day rules. You're a business or you're not. If you decide to move your hair salon from the CBD to an urban area, you pay business rates. It doesn't matter how many clients you get. Same for a motel. Why should an Airbnb be any different? I've heard a few submitters say they'll pull the plug on the Airbnb and instead they'll rent to locals. This is a good thing. This should be encouraged. If we're serious about more housing for our city, we should follow through with a proposed change. My other spill was on pensioner housing, if I can get to it. Just want to premise by saying I wish it wasn't this way. I wish the government was more supportive of councils owning and running social housing, but the sad fact is they don't. In 91, 2013, National made changes to remove it. Labor 2017 to 23 did nothing to change it. They kept the rules in place. They've made it clear they don't want councils in their business of running social housing. I think it's great. We're trying to find a solution. But, you know, over the last year, we spent $15,000 per week subsidising the pensioner housing. We're going to put another $5 million over the next 10 years. This doesn't fit the mantra of stopping the spend. And worse still, the wait list is closed, so we're not actually addressing the true need of what is needed in our community. It's unsustainable. We should either sell the stock or give it to CHIP so they can do a better job for our community of actually delivering housing. This would save us money and be better for our community in the long term. Again, I recognise the noble intent of what we're trying to do, but that's such a massive expense and I don't think our community can afford it. That's all I've got time for, so thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ryan.
Cheers.
Elected members, we don't have any more submitters until 3:50, so we will again take a 10-minute break until 3:48. our Zoom person online, and there might be some people coming down the hallway soon. So we might just take our seats now and get ready. You may admit them now. Kia ora everyone, and welcome back to our long-term plan hearings. We do have two people joining by Zoom. We're expecting a Sue Lund from Planetary Accounting Network to be joining. Is that one of you? Hi. Hi.
Yes, kia ora.
Excellent. Hi, Sue. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. That you, Med Tatzel. I can't quite see you because you're a long way. It is you.
I'm the little one all the way down here. But thank you very much for joining us by Zoom. We can hear you very clearly as well. If you're happy to take your submission, we can do that now.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm joined by my colleague Kate Meyer as well, who you can see on the screen too. And Kate has a presentation that we're going to share with you that speaks to our submission.
Okay, thank you. We'll get that.
So kia ora katoa, ko Sue Lund, tōku ingoa, and we're delighted to be with you this afternoon. And what we're going to do this afternoon is we're going to go large. We're going out to the planetary limits, and then we're going to bring you back in to Rotorua and the council and how we think we've got a great solution for you. And the reason that we're speaking to you and we made our submission to the council is because we really applaud the council's long-term vision and your strategic priorities. But we also understand the challenges that councils face when you're trying to achieve parallel goals, and your measurements of success can be quite distinct. And we know you're almost certainly facing trade-offs that you're making along the way. And we connect with a lot of councils in New Zealand and locally and internationally, and we hear the challenges are almost always the same. And we've read your long-term plan, consultation plan, and the action plans that sit with that. And we can see that you have a myriad of measures, metrics, and targets. And what we hear from councils is that the metrics are great, but they don't help you answer the really tricky questions, such as how do we balance economic and environmental pressures, particularly when they're so interlinked. Horticulture, agriculture and forestry all rely on really strong natural capital foundations, and they don't help you balance different environmental pressures either. And perhaps the most important question that is so hard to answer just from these metrics is how does the council know when it has actually achieved the better Rotorua for all, with a thriving environment and connected communities and a resilient future? Is it a 10% increase in green spaces or a 25% reduction in water capacity? How do you actually know that you've got there? So when we look at your long-term plan, we admired the long-term view and your move to regenerative tourism and your focus on goals and tangible insights to help the public understand your work. And we too believe that there needs to be strong environmental outcomes at the table with strong science. So this is where we take you out to the exciting bit for us, which is the planetary boundaries, which I imagine some of you are familiar with. The planetary boundaries are the gold standard for environmental limits. It's broader than just climate change. It's all the environmental impacts that you can see on the diagram in front of you, including waste and nitrogen and phosphorus runoff, land use, biodiversity and water consumption. And at PAN, we take the planetary boundaries and we use a framework called planetary accounting that translates these critical global limits into the scales we make decisions at. So you can use it to look at products or lifestyles, or in your case, a city or a region. And it translates them into an accounting framework to compare the limits. It's consistent with the other global frameworks you'd have heard of as well, with the donor economics and the sustainable business development goals. So we have a network, because we're a network-based organisation. I put a slide in there quickly just to show you the people that we work with. But for regions and cities, what we do is we simplify and contextualise data to start with. So it's like carbon accounting. You can use it in many different ways. And it distills the various reporting metrics from your existing strategies into core indicators. And then you can evaluate the decisions that councils have to make in your different strategies and policies and projects. And you can track the progress of your strategies as a whole. And it's very bespoke to the impacts and needs of the particular region. And it's not about redoing the great work you've done to date. It's about using the data you already have, but it's about understanding the context. And it can give you how good is good enough based on the science. We quickly had a few examples to show you the kind of work that we've been doing. I should have said at the start as well, we're a not-for-profit charity, but we work with a lot of councils. This one is the Otipoti Dunedin. We worked with Dunedin to create this Dunedin donut. And the really exciting thing about the donut, you can see it on the left, it measures environmental impacts, but the exciting thing is really what it enables in terms of decision making. So the work with Dunedin Council, the next steps are for the council to link decision making into this framework, and they look at digitising some of the data as well, so that it's really easy for different stakeholders to use the framework in their day-to-day operations. And the next example is an international one where we've worked, this is different than a council, this is a grassroots organisation in Melbourne, and their donut is really about improving community education and communities to drive change. And their donuts is really neat, it's very interactive. You click on it so people in the community can see where Melbourne sits in their environmental limits and what they need to do to drive change. And
Thank you, Sue. That has been 5 minutes. If you just want to quickly sum up your final points.
I do. I've got just the last slide to show you. Thank you, Mayor Tapsell. How we think this could work for Rotorua. So you've got your great plans and your great climate strategy. Understand your work. So your plans and your strategies would be mapped against headline indicators, as you can see in the heat map, and then the different teams could measure how they are progressing linked to science-based goals and targets. So at PAN, we see the planetary accounting assessment. It's the crystal ball, really, that every organisation needs, and it defines just how far and fast environmental action needs to be, and it helps decision makers test scenarios and roadmaps and create a platform for the work that you want to do and the change that you're looking for your community. And it sounds like I've just managed to finish in the last minute, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Sue, and also Kate, for joining us. We appreciate your presentation and you joining us by Zoom today.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Sorry, we don't do questions, but we have expired the time anyway, but we appreciate you being present to share this with us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. I'd now like to invite Andy Taylor to come forward and make his submission. This is hearing 175. Welcome, Andy. And you do have 5 minutes. You'll hear a ding. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Your heads must be swimming by now, I would think. I did present yesterday, and I just want to thank you all for your obvious engagement with us who have been presenting. So it makes us feel as though we've been heard. So thank you for that. It's either that or you're very, very good actors, but I'm sure you've been. But so I appreciate your attention. So I just want to go through two things really. One is at Rotorua and Rotorua, many of the occupiers are on leasehold land. And so when it comes to the sewer system, we who are leasehold, we live on leasehold land, and at the end of our lease, if the landlord chooses not to renew, which is their option, we can take our leasehold improvements away, but if they're above the ground, if we pay for the sewer system, which is below ground, we can't take that with us, yet we've invested significant amounts of money. And I want to address that because I think that the burden should lay with the owner of the land, not necessarily the occupier. Now, in some cases, that's the same person or the same entity. But in many cases, in Rotorua and Rotorua, we have this leasehold situation. And I know it's a circular argument that if you levy the landowner, they're just going to add it to the lease. But that's a discussion for the occupier to have with the landowner. Because some of our leases will, if we choose to take the 25-year option of paying off, our leases will expire long before the 25 years is up. So I don't know how that gets dealt with, because I don't think the occupier should be liable for whatever is remaining if the lease is not renewed. And I highly doubt whether the owner will be willing to stump up whatever the residual is. So that's an issue that I feel needs to be robustly debated amongst you people before you actually make that decision. And then obviously amongst us there is sadly some level of distrust with the council because of the misinformation that has been spread over the years. I know you're a new team and you're a new mayor and you've inherited a shambles, but that's part of the deal. I've been in that situation many, many times, and I do take solace in Theodore Roosevelt's man in the arena. When the chips are down, he's been of great comfort to me, and I guess with you, Mayor, it'll be the woman in the arena. So many people have been there before. So anyway, I want to go through some of the documents that the council has circulated, and beginning in the document in 2017, we're told there that if the costs include contingencies, if the costs are lower, these figures will be recalibrated. This needs to be done with the community's full knowledge. That hasn't happened. The full knowledge for us has not been shared. So that's a sad point. Then we move over the page, and it says for the step system, the cost will be $14,000. And then we go to operational costs, and this is something of great interest to me because I got my rates demand the other day, which I haven't paid yet. But it says we have a sewage disposal charge of $780 per annum. In this, it says the yearly operational charge for existing sewer is $400 currently. This is in 2017. Well, in 2017, we're all on septic tanks, and yet we were paying for a sewerage charge, which would obviously going into the general pot. And if we had to have our septic tanks emptied, it was our cost. We didn't send the bill to you guys. So and then it says under this, the annual increase when the system comes in will be $37. Well, if you take my rates demand of $780, take off the $400, that leaves $380, which is 10 times the amount of $37 that we were told it would be. Unfair. So then we move further down the page and we have another, we're told the lump sum is actually going to be $12.9K, payable straight away or at any future time. Allowance may be made if the step system is closed is chosen because the cost may be higher. So I've run out of 5 minutes already. No, surely.
Yes, but if you'd like to quickly sum up your key points.
So basically, through all of this documentation, the figure seems that has been mentioned between 2017 and 2024, because one thing I have is a LIM report that was on a Rotorua property that was pulled this year, and it says here in the LIM that the council have advised that the capital charge could be in the vicinity of 15 grand. Vicinity, to me, is plus or minus 10%. So that lines up with the 2017 figure of 14, and so, and the interest is 6%, which is pretty much what's been. So I'm saying that we have, in our minds, geared up for 15 plus or minus, including GST, which is what is said, not 45. I know when there's dispute resolution, a decision has to be made. Neither party is generally happy with it, but at least it's put behind us and we move forward. And so I'm suggesting that the figure that we can cope with is 15 grand, including GST. That's what we've been led to believe. So I'm begging you as a council, be a council of integrity and stick to your word. And that's really what all I've got time for, isn't it? But thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Andy.
And I wish you much wisdom in your decisions.
Thank you.
Cheers.
We appreciate you taking the time to come along.
Okay, thanks.
I'd now like to invite Shane Morrison to make their presentation. Kia ora, Shane. We have 5 minutes. You will hear a ding when that time is up.
Kia ora. I'm here today speaking on behalf of my dad, Shane Morrison. He's grew up in Rotorua all his life. He was born and bred there. And today we're here to talk about the sewage scheme and another problem we're having with our bridge. My dad is my dad is a pensioner with part-time employment. Today I'm speaking for myself, whānau, wider whānau and residents of surrounding rural communities. Whānau reside on 2 whānau properties my dad has. 8 Lake Okataina Road, Rotorua Bay, 1165C, State Highway 30, Rotorua Bay. And my whānau and I are not in a financial position to purchase or maintain council's proposal for the new sewage reticulation scheme, which exceeds our affordability. Council's initial consultation invited owners/ratepayers to choose and determine a suitable sewage system. We utilise septic tanks on both our whānau properties. The septic tanks have served us and our environments efficiently and effectively, bearing general inflation costs that do not gravely exceed budget, such as council's enforced proposal, which also requires additional electricity costs with each flush. I advise herewith council has taken out outstanding liberty and laid pipes through our whānau property number 2, and council consultation with whānau. Whānau request council remedy as follows. This is what I was talking to my whānau, and this is what we all come up with. So remove the sewage reticulation from our whenua property. Council meet an amicable agreement of dispensation against costs for the benefit of present whānau and forthcoming whānau. We are available to discuss remedies 1 and 2 above at an appointment within 21 days and from this day, Thursday, 23rd May 2024. We understand similar agreements have been arranged with council. Unfortunately, council has not honoured agreements with tangata whenua. With reference to our whānau property at Lake Okataina Road, Rotorua Bay, whānau access to this property by bridge over the stream. Most residents and ratepayers access their properties in the same manner. Council has neglected to maintain the stream, which has severely impacted access to all those properties alike, particularly since Cyclone Gabriel. The stream has severely eroded the banks and consequently collapsed bridges. I'd just like to say on that, we can't get into our property because the bridge has collapsed. We've contacted the Rotorua Lakes Council. They've chucked us over to Bay of Plenty Council, Regional Council. Then they told us we had to go back to use. And then insurance somehow got involved, like EQC or ECQ or whatever, and they told us it's Rotorua Lakes Council, so we don't know what to do. Council has neglected to maintain the stream, which has severely impacted Whānau met with Council to date. Council denies responsibility to source any assistance, financial and/or materials to stabilise and/or prevent further erosion. Council has denied responsibility to replace bridges. In view of the above, I nominate an option of targeted rates for rural ratepayers and their communities to benefit the needs of the rural communities. Care for our residential properties accessed by bridges, care for our lakes, pollution, weed control, erosion. The option given back to tangata whenua and/or ratepayers to choose their preference of sewage. Example, step system disposal. Some whānau have tradesmen in all trades and would like the option to select their own systems. Council need to be mindful most ratepayers are elderly, that Council is forcibly inflicting unnecessary costs that will inevitably banish tangata whenua and/or ratepayers from their homes. My opinion is we tangata whenua and/or ratepayers have for many years forfeited our hard-earned monies for Council's ferocious facelifts of vanity in the CBD. I request herewith this document of my verbal content be tabled, minuted, to support my previous written submission. I await your response. Shay Morrison. And then I would also like to say, I think that the sewerage scheme is a good thing, because I'd love to love the lake for my kids, you know, be able to enjoy it in that, but I don't think the cost is good. It's the only thing. So yeah, have a good weekend and rest your avo, guys. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for making the submission on behalf of your whānau and your community too. Ngā mihi nui. Good afternoon, John. Can you hear us okay?
I certainly can, thank you.
Thank you. We can hear you clearly as well. If you'd like, we can take your submission now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And you have 5 minutes. You'll hear a ding at the end of it, but I'll also let you know. We look forward to hearing from you. Over to you.
Thank you. It sounds like the chase, doesn't it? Yeah, sure.
Thank you, John. You may start when you're ready.
Thanks, Your Worship and councillors. And wait on, I'm getting a recording coming back through here. Is that how you do it normally? Can you hear me? Okay. So look here, John Clark. Look, we're property owners at Rotorua. We've, as a family, owned a property there since 2005. My submission, unsurprisingly, refers to the East Rotorua sewage scheme. You've had a raft of submissions. This is not working very well at my end.
Sorry, John. We can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of feedback, but now I've got it sorted. I think what the problem was, I had the recording going on before, so I've deleted that. Righto, so...
John, I'll restart your time. I'll restart your time and you can start again if you'd like.
Oh, you're absolutely brilliant, aren't you?
Thank you. When you're ready.
Righto. So I'll just go back to the beginning, given I've got the opportunity. So look, thanks for the opportunity to do this online. It is very convenient at my end. We've owned our property since 2005. We're at the Whakatane end of Lake Rotorua. So look, unsurprisingly, I'm going to talk about the East Rotorua sewage scheme. Look, I know you've had a raft of submissions on this aspect as far as your LTP is concerned. You've had copies of minutes, you've had correspondence going back to 2015. You've had the whole history, and Andy just a minute ago gave you an analysis around some of those costs and also raised that that issue of leasehold properties, which I think is something that is worth having a consideration of, albeit though it is a circular economy. Look, as far as I can see, the important and relative pieces in 2019, when those comms that coincided with the commissioning of the plant talked about 14,000 a property. Look, it's not a binding contract, I guess. I assume it's not, but I think it's a moral contract. We don't really want to have to put that to the test, folks. But if we're now looking at 45,000, it is a savage increase. Those of you that have read my submission in detail will note that I put $1,400 in there, not 14,000, so feel free to correct it. Look, for whatever those reasons for that blowout, let's not try and talk about COVID anymore, or previous councils or inflation. Look, it is a shambles, as Andy said. Unfortunately, you are the guys that have had to pick it up. Having sat on your side of the table for a number of years, I know exactly what that's like. It's not pleasant, and I'm grateful for the fact that you're doing it at the moment and I'm not. But look, the costs have been incurred. What are we going to do about it? Rotorua is the cleanest of your 12 lakes that you look after. It ranks as one of the 5 top water bodies in New Zealand. And look, we all want to keep it that way. Not fishing, recreational lake in the Bay of Plenty. But look, we as residents are the minority when it comes to using the lake. The standing room only in the summer. Where do they come from? They come from more than just us property owners around the lake and our wider whānau. They're from Rotorua, they're from Tauranga, they're from Whakatane, they're all around the Bay of Plenty. And that's great. Look, we've invested here, it's a great spot, we're proud of it, we want to share it with everybody, but we shouldn't be expected, and we really don't want to accept the fact that we have to shoulder this excessive burden when the beneficiaries come from a much wider area. To me, you need to, the cost of this needs to be spread wider. And look, it's not just a Rotorua issue, nor is it just a Rotorua Lakes Council issue. It's a Bay of Plenty issue as well, and it needs to be addressed in that light. And look, I think both councils just need to sit down and work out something that is more acceptable and rate it accordingly. I know you say you're a caring council. I know you want a better Rotorua for all, but I think this is beyond you necessarily to solve on your own. Bay of Plenty, this was something that they insisted they wanted for all the right reasons at the time. So I don't think it's unreasonable for that wider area. And as Andy pointed out, we've been paying operating costs for sewage right back to 2005 when we first came here, yet we had a septic tank. So look, I just want to finish by summing up some of those bullet points that I made in my submission, which again is around the fact that, look, this is unaffordable for us. It comes as a shock after 3-4 years of effective silence. We thought we were looking at somewhere between 12 and 14K, either that or on our rates. That's not the case. We have to accept those costs have been incurred, but we have to be mature enough as residents and as a council to resolve that in a favourable fashion for all. As I say, they need to be distributed over a much wider area, both at your level and I believe more at a BOP level, given the recreational value and the environmental value of the lake, the lakes in the case of Rotorua and Rotorua, and the much wider group of users. Then I've tossed in there something around the Auditor General, and I do so not as an attempt to lay blame, but rather to undertake an end-to-end review, more so that we can understand exactly what went wrong with this, that you as a council can understand what went wrong with it. We've got a new CEO, great when he's had to come on board and unscramble this mess, but hey look, we need to be mature about it, we need to learn from it, and some lessons obviously will come out of it. Yes, there'll be some blame attached to it, but you've got to wash that away and look at the lessons that might come from it. and how you apply those in the future, how other councils around New Zealand might apply that in the future as well. But I finish by saying you've been an attentive audience for a long time over the last 3 days with some other days to go. I guess now you need to balance all this up, and I just simply implore you to have the will to do something to rectify what is outlines hugely unfair situation. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I've gone over 5 minutes, but I think I'm at the end of the day, aren't I? So probably have that privilege.
Thank you very much, John. We appreciate you joining us online to make your submission.
Thanks very much, team.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Jackie and Mike, are you ready to make your submission? Excellent. I'd like to call for Jackie and Mike James, elected members. This is 178 in your submissions. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jackie James aho. Thank you very much for having us. We were going to lighten your afternoon and do the submission by way of a interpretive dance, but I couldn't find my tap shoes, so we won't. This is my husband Mike. He's a property valuer here in Rotorua, so he will speak specifically to some parts of our submission, while I will cover the others. So thanks again for the opportunity to speak to our submission. I reiterate what your previous submitters said and know that you've sat through a lot over the last couple of days, so thank you for your patience with that. We're not going to go through every point in our written submission, but we'll hopefully take that as read by yourselves. We wanted to start by reinforcing that we do support a contribution of some kind in relation to short-term rentals to support infrastructure development, but most importantly to help support the promotion of Rotorua as a visitor destination, and also to contribute to the rebuilding of our reputation over the last couple of years. We feel that this perhaps could be via an annual fee or a levy based on the rooms available. We do not support the proposal in its current form. We also believe that any such levy must be specifically tagged to relevant services, and again, whether that's around infrastructure or destination promotion, so specifically tagging that as a priority for us. We have genuine concerns around the current proposal and the potential unintended consequences of that, both for tourism, our own local residents, and the property market alike, which is where I'm going to hand to the expert.
So I actually specialise in residential property in Rotorua. One of the proposal's premises is that short-term holiday rentals remove stock from the rental or private home ownership market, which council determines is a real issue given the district's housing shortage. So just some statistics for you. There are currently just over 500 properties on the market for sale. As a comparison, in 2015 there were just over 700 properties on the market. In 2021, we got down to a historic low of 136 listings. By the start of 2022, this had increased to 290. So we currently have 500 properties on the market available for sale. For the last 6 months, we've averaged approximately 65 sales a month, which means we have between 7 and 8 months worth of stock, which would imply that there isn't a shortage of housing for people to purchase. The number of rentals has increased over the last 8 months from getting down to as low as 30, with there now being just over 70 properties available to rent in Rotorua. As you'll be aware, there are also a large number of new social housing developments that will come on stream in the next 12 months, further reducing the demand for rental accommodation. One of the unintended consequences of the current proposal is that it could negatively impact the property market and upset its equilibrium. It would be quite realistic to expect that 100 properties could be put on the market for sale if this proposal went ahead, as owners could not afford to pay the new rates, and that's approximately 10% of what the council has estimated to be as Airbnb properties. It would also be unrealistic for a large number of these to be listed in would be realistic for a large number of these to be listed in a short time frame, which could have a significant negative impact on the wider Rotorua property market, as more listings would push values down at a faster rate than the market would do by itself. This could see people trapped with their properties if values fall too quickly and too far below current values, as they would be in negative equity and not have the time to make a decision as to whether or not to sell. We are aware of a number of short-term rental owners that are already looking to sell their properties, as the current proposal would make hosting manahiri unaffordable for them, and we are aware of several who have already moved to holiday renting listings.
A further unintended consequence would be the impact on accommodation capacity during peak season and major events. I know that you will all know that during the summer peak season and during both major and minor events, Rotorua is at capacity. And in some cases, like during the Tarawera Ultra Marathon, some participants and their supporters have been forced to stay outside Rotorua when there has literally been no room at the inn. As already mentioned, the proposed rate change is already resulting in some short-term holiday rental hosts removing their properties from listings. That's happened only in the last couple of weeks as a result of this proposal. This would result in a decrease in available visitor accommodation, which would negatively impact our tourism sector. Rotorua simply does not have enough commercial accommodation capacity to support demand. Short-term rentals help fill this gap. They also help meet the rapidly changing travel needs and expectations of manahiri, many of whom, like us as a whānau, prefer to stay in short-term rental accommodation where they can simply stay in a home away from home. The proposal in its current form is simply not a level playing field for short-term rentals. As an example, 2 holiday homes providing the same number of beds with the same level of hosting income could end up paying vastly different rates depending on their rating valuation. Equally, the current proposal does not make the distinction between 1 or 2 bedrooms hosted within a home or a whole house. We want to reinforce again that we support a visitor accommodation contribution of some kind, but it has to be appropriate for our rohi and the contribution short-term rentals make to the local economy. We support the development of a working group to fully explore and cost a full range of options and the supporting pros and cons so that Council can consider a realistic, evidence-based proposal that meets the needs of everyone involved, including ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie and Mike, for being here to make that presentation in person as well, and for the solutions that you propose.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elected members, that concludes our hearings for today. I'd like to close us with a karakia before I adjourn the meeting. Kia whakuri ai te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia turiki whakataha ai, kia turiki whakataha ai, haumie, huie, tai kia. Thank you. We will adjourn our hearings and reconvene at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, the 24th of May. Just a heads up, as I do have a commitment with the local primary school, Councillor Kai Fong will chair a portion of that meeting until I return. Thank you very much.